2. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
Testing, testing. We all walk away with knowledge, information, we ask the right questions, and we figure out a way to accept and see and be aware of Down syndrome and autism. I pray that all the panels and presentations go well. Everyone is prepared and ready. We say thank you to Simone and the team, and we pray for their strength and that we are able to continue and have many more symposiums. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you. All right, you may be seated. Okay, so as we get started, I just wanted to run through a few housekeeping items so you guys are aware and you're comfortable throughout the event. Today we've got lots of volunteers on the floor. You'll see them with a yellow ribbon, kind of like mine. Those are our student and community volunteers, and we thank them for their time today. Those of us in the blue ribbon lanyards, we're with Lemonade. Those are my Lemonade organizers, and they're the ones that'll be able to help answer some of your questions if you've got them. If at any time you'd like to reach out, just tap one of their shoulders. The volunteers will be able to help you as well, all right? So our symposium, we're going to run through as quickly as we can, because at the end of today, we will have an open house. We have some of our service providers here with us, and they'll be able to tell you a bit about the services we have available in the BVI, about some of the things that are available just to help our neurodivergent community. Today specifically, we'll be talking about autism and Down syndrome, simply because of the time of year it is. Lemonade is not just about any particular neurodivergence, but we honor the ones in the time that's appropriate. So that's what we're doing here today with these two neurodivergents. Couple of rules. If you can keep your phones on silent, that would be great. We may have different opinions about things, and we would love to hear them all. I would just ask that we listen to each other's points of view, and we do so, if we have to object, we do so respectfully, because everyone's opinion is valid. We keep our minds open to different perspectives today, and we just try to learn from each other as best as we can, because some incredible ideas and programs come out of just these gatherings. There's power in human connection, and that's what we're doing here today. So I appreciate each of you being here to be a part of that. So some of you may have heard the Lemonade story, and as you know, I started this as a parent, just doing it after school in the evenings, perhaps once a month. On a Saturday, we'll have parent support group meetings. But as time progressed and our numbers grew, I thought last year in particular was an opportune time for me to step forward and make this official. And so we registered Lemonade as a nonprofit, and we started doing real targeted hard work in the community with our parents, with our caregivers, our teachers, our doctors, service providers, everyone. So it's all inclusive. And the idea is to ensure that we have equity in our community. That means each and every one of us can live comfortably in our own way. Equity, as you know, is very different from equality. We can't all be equal because we're not the same. However, when we get that right mix, I think that's when it becomes powerful. So I just want to encourage everyone today to let's talk about those ideas and see how we can get our community to a more open space. And I appreciate you all. Thank you. Moving right along. Awesome. All right, so we'll move into our first session, and I'll invite Kate and Crystal to the stage. All right, we'll just pause for a minute as I see Kate just came through the door. So I'll give her a minute to catch her breath. Just bear with us for 2 minutes, please.
Do it.
Yeah, well, let me just introduce you guys properly.
Anyway.
Yeah, 'cause you don't want me in the middle. Okay, fine.
We can just chat with each other.
Yeah. Okay, and we're back. Today we have with us two very important speakers. We have, to my far left, Crystal Estridge. She is the Program Director for Disability Services at the Social Development Department. You can read her full bio in the pages that are on your table, but just very quickly, I will tell you that Crystal is very knowledgeable about what we're going to talk about today. I've had many conversations with her about neurodivergence, and I'm very excited to share some of that with you today. She has approximately a decade of experience working with individuals in a diverse range of mental health and social concerns. She has always had a passion for learning, and she likes to understand how things work. That's my kind of gal. And she's also concerned about, she hopes to utilize that knowledge to promote purposeful change. And that, again, is a big part of what we're trying to do in the community. Welcome, Crystal.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, and Kate is no stranger to this stage. It's her second time with us at the symposium. Kate is a school counselor at Cedar International School. She is Canadian, grew up between Canada and the BVI. She has had a vast amount of experience in this field. Kate also, the part that prompted me to ask her to be here today is that she had a work experience which was quite interesting to her, which then led to her postgraduate studies in autism. So I find that to be quite a unique trait to have. So again, tons of experience, especially with non-vocal children, including her nephew, who started to speak at age 4. And she's worked with young adults with level 3 autism, teaching them to swim. So Kate will be talking about that after this. All right, so today, Crystal will talk a bit about Down syndrome, and Kate will tell us a bit about autism. So let's get started. Yeah. You want to flip a coin?
Hi, everybody. Whoa. Okay. Hey, guys. So I've been asked to come here today to give you guys a brief history of autism and also to kind of debunk some of those myths that are going around. So I hope I've put together a not so boring history of autism, from it being misunderstood to hopefully more understood in this day and age, sort of. We're getting there. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And thanks in advance for pretending to laugh at my bad jokes. So today we're diving into the fascinating and often frustrating history of autism. But this won't be a dry textbook lecture. I promise not to start with since the dawn of time, but somewhat close. So the pre-20th century, that was the age of misinterpretation. So before autism had a name, people who behaved or communicated differently were often labeled with creative descriptions like eccentric, possessed, or my favorite, in need of some fresh air. So these are some of the things that people just said about people with autism. Historical records are murky, but some of the scholars believe that famous people like Isaac Newton or Nikola Tesla might have been on the spectrum. So basically, autistic people helped invent calculus and Wi-Fi, so you're welcome. And then in 1943, autism kind of got its name. Dr. Leo Kanner was a psychiatrist, and he published a paper. He had 11 children, and they displayed what he called autistic disturbances of affective contact. So that was kids who were different in how they interacted with others, used language, reacted to the world, somewhat socially awkward. If this sounds familiar, that was the beginnings of autism, or being labeled as autism. Around the same time, there was a guy called Hans Asperger in Austria, and he described a similar group of children the same way. Unfortunately, due to World War II, his work didn't become widely known until much later. And a fun but not so fun fact is that his involvement with the Nazi regime later caused some very necessary reevaluation of his name. So then after this, there was the refrigerator mother era. Now, if anybody has heard of the cold mother, the refrigerator mother, that's also part of the myth. This was not true. It was a cold theory. So in the 50s and 60s, this insane theory took hold, and it was the idea that autism was caused by emotionally distant mothers, the refrigerator mothers, because they were so cold. So yep, moms got blamed because science hadn't caught up yet, and apparently men in lab coats needed someone to point fingers at. So they pointed at the mums. Lovely. This theory was totally wrong, and it actually caused a ton of harm. So if you see anybody still quoting it, feel free to hand them a copy of a very outdated textbook along with a time machine. So the 1980s, that's when autism enters the DSM. The DSM is a diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders. It's kind of like the dictionary of mental disorders, what everybody uses today. So this was the DSM-3, so it was already on its third edition before autism made it into it in 1980. And this gave clinicians an actual definition to work with, along with diagnostic criteria. And although it still wasn't perfect, it was kind of like the first iPhone for diagnoses. The later versions of the DSM expanded and refined the criteria, eventually merging Asperger's and PDD-NOS, which is pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified. They put it all under the umbrella of autism spectrum disorder, ASD. And they did that in the DSM-5, which was 2013. And that's the DSM, the most recent one that we use today. So now it's a spectrum, not a one-size-fits-all label. Because when it comes to neurodiversity, variety isn't just a spice of life, it's a whole spice rack. So the rise of awareness. So in the 1990s and 2000s, the autism community began to speak up loudly and awesomely. Advocacy groups, self-advocates, researchers, they all helped shift the conversation from curing autism to understanding and accepting autism. April became Autism Awareness Month. And eventually people started pushing for something even better, Autism Acceptance Month, because awareness is good, but acceptance is better, and it sounds like less of a PSA. So autism today is still evolving. These days, we know that autism is a lifelong neurodevelopmental condition, not a disease, and definitely not something that needs to be fixed, unless we're talking about fixing access to services, support, inclusion. Then we can fix that. Representation in the media has improved, though we're still working on that. For every great autistic character, there's still one who's basically just a quirky genius who doesn't get sarcasm. But a lot of autistic people are hilarious and very fluent in sarcasm, so don't believe all the stereotypes. So that brings us into the myths. So I've got the top 5 myths and why they deserve to be retired. And misinformation should come with a warning label, but it doesn't all the time online. So there's a lot of stuff out there. The latest one that I heard was that Peppa Pig causes autism. It doesn't. Peppa Pig does not cause autism. Peppa's mom is even expecting right now, so you can stay tuned for a little piggy. Oh, she had the baby. Oh, congrats to Peppa's mom. A boy? Oh, there we go. Congrats, Peppa's mom. The myth was created as clickbait on the internet. So people just wanted you to click on it so that it led to a site. And then the more clicks they got, then the sponsors got more money and ads were run on the sites. So the myth was created as clickbait, and neither the original study nor the author, who was apparently from University of Harvard, actually exists, especially since University of Harvard isn't a place. Harvard University is. So the whole thing was made up, and it went viral online, especially via social media. And unfortunately, people actually believe this. So poor Peppa Pig took a hit. So those myths, those pesky, persistent ideas about autism that just won't die, no matter how many times science, logic, and common sense ask them to leave the party. Here's the top 5. So the first one, people with autism don't feel emotions. The reality is that autistic people feel all the feelings, sometimes even more intensely than non-autistic people. They may express emotions differently or struggle with reading social cues, but they're not robots, unless they want to be, in which case that's their business. It was debunked by years of research, personal testimony from autistic individuals, and actual empathy that people have. Emotional intelligence doesn't always look the same for everyone. The second one, and one that is still super harmful, well, they're all harmful, but this one's very harmful today, is that autism is created by vaccines. That's a myth. So we should tell the US about this one as well. Vaccines do not cause autism. The myth started with a fraudulent study by Andrew Wakefield in 1998, and it has been thoroughly discredited, retracted, and scientifically demolished. Andrew Wakefield actually ended up losing his medical license. Science mic drop. It has taken the UK almost 2 decades to recover their immunization rates and over 12,000 measles cases as a direct result of this deceitful article that Andrew Wakefield published, and 3 children have died from measles that could have been prevented. It was debunked by dozens of large-scale studies involving millions of children across the world. And also just common sense. Autism traits are often noticeable before vaccination schedules even begin. Another one, all autistic people are either geniuses or severely disabled. And I thank kind of the TV and movies for this myth. Rain Man, yeah. Autism is a spectrum, so it means that it includes people with a wide range of abilities, just like neurotypical people have a wide range of disabilities. There's challenges, there's personalities, there's different experiences. Some people need significant support, and others live independently. Most fall somewhere in between. Not everybody is Rain Man. And it was debunked by modern diagnostic criteria, people living their experiences, and pretty much any autistic person who says, "Stop putting us in boxes, thank you." Another myth, autistic people don't want friendships or relationships. And the reality is that many autistic people do want that connection, but socializing can be harder due to communication differences, sensory challenges, or bad past experiences, like being misunderstood or excluded or bullied. Wanting friends and knowing how to do friendship are 2 different things. This was debunked by people with autism, psychological research, and the simple truth that humans, including those with autism, are social creatures, and some just prefer one-on-one chats over group hugs. And the last myth is that autism only affects boys. Autism affects all genders, but historically, diagnostic criteria were based mostly on male behaviors. Girls, women, and non-binary people are often underdiagnosed because they mask their traits better, or they don't fit the expected mold. And this was debunked by more inclusive research, increasing diagnoses among women and gender-diverse people, and the rise of autistic adults saying, "Hey, we've been here all along." So myths can be sticky, but facts are freedom. And when we replace myths with the truth, we don't just change the minds, we change lives. And remember, if you hear somebody repeating one of these myths, feel free to politely but firmly offer them a fact and maybe a gentle eye roll and access to accredited web pages with evidence-based studies. A simple search on Google Scholar will give a lot of information, as well as NHS, UCLA, Johns Hopkins, and autism.org. They all have lots of valid information. So in closing, autism history is full of twists, turns, myths, and milestones. But here's the real headline. Autistic people have always been here. What's changed is how society sees them, and more importantly, how society listens to them. So let's keep listening, keep learning, and keep laughing. Because if history has taught us anything, it's that progress is possible, and a little humor helps it go down a lot smoother. Thank you.
Isn't she great? Thank you, Kate. That was entertaining, to say the least. Goodness, I mean, some of those myths, they're getting tricky. And then the one that gets me every time is when they say, everyone's a little bit autistic. Yeah. How do we deal with that? That's all right.
Oh, it says hi to you. It's nice. Very polite microphone. Says hi when you turn it on. Yeah, so I hear it all the time. We're all on the spectrum, or they're a bit on the spectrum. And everything's a spectrum in life. So neurotypical people, they have their own spectrum. Some people are great at math. Some people, like myself, are not, well, I'm not neurotypical either, but are not so great at math. But anything, ADHD, autism, Down syndrome, it's all just spectrum. So if you say people are on the spectrum, they're talking about autism usually. So you can just shut it down politely but firmly and just say, hey, that's not all right. You can say, I have like ADHD or I am neurotypical if you want to share that information. But you also don't have to share any of the information about yourself to anybody because it's your information. It's personal to you. I choose to tell the world about my ADHD, shout it loud and proud, but I don't have to. So if somebody says, oh, you're so ADHD, I can just shut them down and just say, well, that's your opinion. That's what you think. And then just walking away and just kind of leaving them to reflect on it. So if somebody says they're so on the spectrum, you can just say, hey, that's not cool. That's not kind to say. And just leave it at that. Or you can say like, yeah, proud of it. I'm on the spectrum. That's wonderful. So kind of up to the individual. Yeah.
Absolutely. Crystal, what do you think? You have any thoughts on that?
I think what you were asking is more so in line with people being insensitive towards that their experience as a quote-unquote neurotypical person is not the same as somebody who has these challenges, let's say, from infancy to adulthood. And now you're likening maybe one or two oddities to actually understanding the severity or the impacts that it has on your life. That's the question?
Yeah.
So,
It kind of delegitimizes it in a sense.
So how do you say to them that maybe that's a bit insensitive? I think, the shutting down can help, but a lot of us too, we try not to ruffle feathers and step on toes, and it might be a little bit difficult to say that. Maybe we could educate. Maybe we can educate, and we could ask some questions. Why do you think that? What is it about your behavior or your experience that makes you think that you are that way? And then maybe by gently giving them information about the different challenges that people who have diagnoses experience, then they can reflect and say, oh, well, maybe I should not use that label for myself, hopefully.
I like that. Do you have any questions from the audience for Kate or Crystal so far? No? We just warming up? All right, that's okay. All right. All right, well, we'll jump right into the Down syndrome part of the conversation then. So, Crystal, can you tell us a bit about your thoughts?
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Crystal, and I am the Program Director of Disability Services. And I was invited by Simone to speak a little bit about Down syndrome, so thank you for having me. I'm going to try my best to share the information in a way that is digestible and also to be as thorough as possible. But please note that I am not a medical professional. I am not a geneticist. I don't have extensive experience, working with people with Down syndrome. But I do have, some basic knowledge attained from, my studies and my readings. And so I will try to impart some of what I know. And if you have questions, I will answer to the best of my ability. So in the conversation that I had with Simone, we had a very, very long conversation about what she wants this talk to be about. And so what we're going to do first, we're going to talk about what is Down syndrome. And being that I am representing the Social Development Department, I guess it's only relevant that I speak about the societal context. And Simone in particular mentioned, how is that relevant to us in the BVI? And why is it important for us to understand these different neurodevelopmental disorders, and what does that mean for us as a society? So that's kind of the roadmap of what I will be talking about. I hope to not bore you too much. And so what is Down syndrome? Down syndrome is a disorder that results from abnormalities that occur on the 24th chromosome. So all of us, we have what they call the human genome, right? And so we have 23 pairs of chromosomes, and most people would know when you get in a baby, if it's XX, it's a girl, if it's XY, it's a boy. So what happens is that on the 24th chromosome, something happens during the development of that baby where abnormality occurs. And most times, it results in what we call trisomy 21. And so I liken it to, a tricycle, 3. So instead of having 2 copies of those genes, we have 3 copies of those genes. And that's why, we have the different features that express. So there are other 2 less common types of Down syndrome. So the trisomy 21 type happens in like 95% of cases of individuals with Down syndrome. And then we also have what we call translocation. And you can think about it like changing locations, because, words have meanings. So we look at the prefixes and we look at the end of the root word and we kind of figure out what we're talking about. So with the translocation type, what happens is that that extra 24th chromosome sometimes attaches to different chromosomes. So it might attach to chromosome 14, sometimes it attaches to the second chromosome in chromosome 21, so that also happens. And then we have a third type, which is the mosaic type. And you can think about like mosaic paintings and artwork. You have little splashes of different things to create a whole piece. And so what happens in this case, we have some cells that has 3 copies of chromosome 21, and then we have others that have 2 copies of chromosome 21. So it's not always present in every cell in that individual. And in these cases, sometimes the presentation would be less severe than the other types of Down syndrome. So Down syndrome is a disorder that happens in 1 in 1,000 live births. And a lot of people would say, after you're 35, that's classified as a geriatric pregnancy, right? We're kind of old now. And they would say, get your babies quick before you reach that age because you have an increased likelihood and possibility of different abnormalities occurring. And there is some truth to that as you get older, because, okay, for example, I have a car that's giving me problems currently. And it's about 7 years old. So in the first year, services were fine. Now, I have to change control arms. I have to change shocks. I'm like, what is going on? So, as we get...
Have you taken a look at the roads recently?
Yeah. So the older we get, sometimes those processes in which our cells divide, they might have a little more abnormalities happening, a little more mutations happening. And so there's kind of an increased frequency in which certain things can occur at the age of 35 and as you get older. But that doesn't mean that only individuals who are over 35 will have children with Down syndrome, because actually women younger than 35 have a greater number of children with Down syndrome just off of the fact that they have higher fertility rates than those who are older, right? So as a community, as a society, we all need to be preparing and thinking about how do I support my child when they come, regardless of if they are neurotypical or not. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, I guess, in some of the panel discussions. So Down syndrome, a lot of people can easily identify. So when Kate was talking about autism, it's not something that you could just look at somebody and say, oh, that person is autistic. But a lot of times with Down syndrome, we can kind of tell, because there are physical features that are associated with the disorder, which include having like a flattened forehead, having like almond-shaped eyes, short stature. So there are certain physical features that when we see an individual, you can identify that they have Down syndrome. There are also some medical complications, or not complicated, but yeah, that are associated with individuals who have Down syndrome. So they might have visual problems, auditory problems, intestinal problems, and in about half of those individuals, they might have cardiac issues, but in less than 1 of 5, they would require actual surgical intervention for the challenges that they experience. So in the past, life expectancy was a lot lower. But because, we have advanced as a society and we have all of these medical interventions, people with Down syndrome now are able to live, full lives, up to 60, 70, and beyond once they get the appropriate interventions that they require.
Sorry, could I just pause for a second there?
Sure.
As you were talking, I recall having a very painful conversation with a parent with a child with Down syndrome, and her experience, I feel like I should say it here because she would appreciate me saying it. As a mom, having her child, and you can detect before they're born that they... Oh, I got ahead of you. Sorry, I went ahead in our presentation. But doctors are encouraging them to terminate pregnancies when that happen, when they discover this chromosome, and I find that to be very disturbing. Like, first of all, I'm blown away by it, but do you have any thoughts around what, like, I don't know, like, what's the best approach to take with that? And perhaps we can...
Yeah, this is a very, very sensitive topic. She put me on the spot. So,
I mean, okay, let me elaborate a little bit more, because some of the rationale, and in one doctor's particular rationale for it was, oh, that child is going to put a burden on the medical system with the cardiac thing. Why I remembered is because you mentioned the incidence of cardiac issues and whatever. And, like, don't they deserve to live too? Like, so what? Yeah. We don't know what we'll develop. We don't know if we'll get run over by a car or something, and end up paralyzed. But I just feel like, sorry, that was my soapbox moment. Maybe that wasn't a question, it was just a soapbox moment.
No, yeah, I guess it's a topic of conversation. I think, when you're dealing with people, you have to be sensitive. And so, as a doctor, I don't want to chastise doctors, because I can't take the heat. But maybe they could present the options and then the individual make the best decision for them, because it is very insensitive in a way to recommend termination if that's not what that individual would want to do. And at the same time, like you are saying, I do agree, there's value in different types of individuals. So, yeah, I agree with what Kate was saying. That's personal choice. My opinion doesn't matter, but, yeah, we need to be sensitive about the way that we discuss these things.
Sorry.
Continue?
Yes,
okay,
please.
okay. Oh, thank you. So, Simone kind of jumped ahead of me, but I was going to talk about, some of the challenges that these individuals would experience and interventions very, very briefly, right? And as Simone said, you have the ability of having that assistance from, prenatally, right? So when baby is in utero, there are tests that you can take that would kind of indicate that you might be carrying a child with Down syndrome. That could be blood tests. That could be, when they do the ultrasound scan, they look at the area like behind the neck to see whatever the ultrasound text can see, that kind of indicates. But then we have more advanced sampling methods, which of course as well come with their, what's the word I'm looking for? They come with their risks, yes. Yeah, because if you're taking little samples of whether it be cells or the amniotic fluid, those also come with a little bit of risk. But you are able to do testing from when the baby is in utero and then plan around what your course of action is going to be once baby is here. So again, we spoke about maybe having more challenges, visual, auditory. Those are easy. You get glasses, you get hearing aids, whatever. Okay, cool, right? A lot of children with Down syndrome now, because of how their physical features are made, maybe they might have difficulties with latching, so that's something that mom needs to prepare for. What else can happen? Sorry. And then they are kind of a little bit less responsive to social cues and things like that. So at the Autism Center, yes, a plug, we have an early intervention program. And so what we found is that when you have these interventions early on in, preschool, in nursery and whatever, then that helps in helping the individuals to develop better in the social domains and less so cognitive, but that doesn't mean that there isn't any effect. But the early intervention and assistance helps to set them up for future success, right?
Very important.
Yeah, very, very important. Oh yes, I missed something. See, in my notes, it's good to have notes. And it can help to improve with the motor performance because individuals with Down syndrome too, sometimes they have, challenges in that kind of area. Okay, so I spoke about life expectancy already. And it's important to know that individuals with Down syndrome, they have the ability to live independently, to have jobs, to have relationships, to socialize. So just because they look different, it doesn't mean that they are unable or incapable of engaging in life, right? So again, as somebody who is from the social development department, we're going to talk a little bit about the social aspects, right? And a lot of times we overlook what people in the area like to call like social determinants of health. And so we could look to, it's your diet, it's the exercise, it's the medications you're taking or whatever. But there are other things, other factors that have an effect on how we develop, and they have an effect on our health outcomes, right? So social determinants are non-medical factors that influence health outcomes. They include conditions where people are born, where they work, where they live. The systems can include economic policies, social norms, social policies, political systems, right? And one thing that's very interesting that we can observe is that as people have lower socioeconomic status, then they tend to have poorer outcomes, right? It's not necessarily that you are just born with these extra health issues, you are just born with these neurodevelopmental issues. Yes, we have genetics. So when you're doing psychology, they always ask about nature versus nurture. And what we've come to realize is that, it's a little bit of both. Yeah, because when they do like what they call concordant studies between, identical twins and fraternal twins, and maybe they were separated at birth, you would find there might be commonalities between the identical twins, but they're still not 100% the same. Their environment heavily affected the way that they developed. And going back to the early intervention piece of it, when you are young, we like to talk about neuroplasticity, right? The brain being plastic, the brain being able to form these neural connections. So when you are young, you're learning a lot of things, right? You see baby on the floor, baby's taking up the block, baby's putting the block in the mouth. You're like, why are you putting the block in the mouth? You can't eat. But baby's learning a lot of things through that interaction. They're learning how it feels, they're learning hard and soft, they're learning different colors. So all of this information and this stimulus is helping their brain to form connections. So baby is in an environment where there's nurturing versus baby is in an environment where nobody is paying attention to them, then the way that their brain develops is different. If mom is always out to work because she can't afford to really carry the family, right? That's implications on baby's development. So we often overlook the societal factors that can also contribute to the things that we are seeing. So social determinants of health include, income and social protection, education, employment, job security, working conditions, food security, housing, early childhood development, social inclusion and discrimination, right? And access to affordable and quality healthcare. So all of these things have an effect on the long-term outcomes. And so I'm going to touch a little bit on what Simone said that might seem a little insensitive, like the financial and the societal burden long-term, because it's very important to intervene early, because then we set things up in the future where now, let's say this child is going through the education system. Well, no, they're kept at home. They didn't get an opportunity for education, right? They have one caretaker passes. That is not a responsibility of the state, right? Whereas if we set them up going to school and they get the supports and they come out on the other end, then they could integrate, they could have their jobs. Even if they need a little bit of, supplemental income, it's still less of a burden on the society at large, right? And so it's very important to think about the long term when we're talking about the interventions and the support services that we offer, because a lot of us are very selfish, and if we can't see how it's affecting me, we really don't care. And so if we can think, you know, that don't cost the country money, maybe we might care a little bit more.
That is true.
So what does this mean for BVI? Actually have, well, not stats, but, so I've been, so I have some information kind of from 2024 and 2025, my time at Disability Services. And so in that time at the Autism Center, we had only one client with Down syndrome, actually. And that would be out of, in those 2 years, we would have had 47 clients in total coming through those programs.
Wait. Sorry. You had one client?
One child.
One child. When?
Yeah. In 2024 and 2025 with Down syndrome. But that reminds me of something that I missed saying earlier because I have some notes on why I think. So we could go there after.
Yeah, let's go there. Maybe
we could go there after.
Maybe we just skip to that. No, because
you want to skip to that now?
Yeah, because there's not just one child with Down syndrome.
I know that.
So why is that? Why are you only seeing one child?
Why worry?
Huh?
Why worry? We'll come back to that.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
At our adult program, over the past 2 years, we've had 19 clients registered there, and 7 of those individuals have Down syndrome, and that's actually the most common primary diagnosis of the clients that we have in our adult services. Okay? When it comes to autism now, since we just threw it in there, 38 of our clients had autism in the child program, and in the adult program, we have 4 clients that have autism. Yeah. So we have higher numbers, autism on the younger end, and lower on the child end. Right? So what I missed earlier, I was going to say a common thing with individuals with Down syndrome is a lot of them might experience intellectual disabilities, but they would be like mild to moderate. And I wanted to make a note on that, similar to what Kate was saying, you know, in the neurotypical population, we see a diverse range of abilities. So in the Down syndrome population, yes, a lot of them might have intellectual disabilities, but a lot of them might have average to borderline intellectual capacities as well, where some of them might have more severe deficits in those areas. But we never really know their capabilities if we don't get to know them on an individual basis. So at our adult program, with the 7 individuals that have autism, 6 of them are actually have a co-occurring disorder of intellectual disability, with 3 of them being categorized as moderate and 3 of them being categorized as severe. So this is where we get to talk a little bit more about what Simone wanted to talk about, right? So I think that why we might not see as many individuals who are younger in our programs who have Down syndrome, it's probably because they might be having, when it comes to the intellectual functioning, maybe they more have like mild issues in school or average issues, and they're probably able to integrate in the other ways where they don't need that additional assistance. Whereas with individuals with autism, you know, you might see different behavioral problems. Somebody with ADHD, you might not see them focusing, and so it might be a flag to get services. But maybe the child with Down syndrome, hopefully maybe our supports in the schools are strong, and so they don't need any additional assistance.
Well, that is true. That is very true. And we will go with that, because there has been a lot of improvements recently in that regard, and we'll talk a bit more about that.
I didn't even realize my time was up. Sorry.
No, it's fine. We're going into the Q&A element of it now. So this is the part where we've said a lot, and we're opening it up to you now in the audience. If you have any questions, comments, now's the time. You've got them on stage here. Let's open it up. All right, we've got a question over here. Could you take the mic?
Sorry, good morning, everybody. My bad. I have a comment and a question. I got married at 40, and I didn't want to have a child until I got married. And then after I got married, I sat with my gynecologist and I asked him, what are the risks of having a child with Down syndrome, since that's the area that I work in. And as Ms. Estridge mentioned, you know, people look at your age and they say after this age, you're at risk. And he said to me, you're 1 in 60 to get a child with Down syndrome. And I turned to him and I said, but I might be the one, because there's nothing special about me. The Lord don't need another Mary to come to die for us. So he said, but then there are options. You can do some kind of test, and if the child have Down syndrome, you can terminate. And that was concerning for me, because I don't think doctors should tell you that. I might be wrong, but I don't think they should tell you that. And that was just a turn off, and I opted not to have a child because of that, because I don't have any children, and I don't want my only child at my age with Down syndrome. I didn't think I was able to deal with that, and there's no sibling in the event that I pass. So I opted to cop out of that and not have a child. My question now to Ms. Estridge, people focus more on Down syndrome with children. I work with Down syndrome, adults that have Down syndrome. What are the resources that are available for parents with adult children who have Down syndrome? Because we work with them and they get frustrated and they're tired and they want a break. So in the department that you're working, which is social development department, can you tell us what is there? Where can parents get some saving grace or some me time? What resources does the department offer for parents with adult children who have Down syndrome?
Well, Ms. Henry, you're the best person to answer this question. So we are, we have our BVI services program, which is a day program for adults with disabilities. And so with that program, parents are able to bring so you helping me to get some of the points that I didn't get to. So they're able to bring their children to our program, and what we're really doing now, we're trying to pivot towards developing more life skills and vocational skills to foster as much inclusion as possible. But, you know, it's still developing these things, right? As well, through our BVI services program, we have a job placement program. I was also going to mention that. And in our job placement program, what happens is that we would reach out to various employers. Okay, we have XYZ client here, and they seem to be capable of doing this, that, and the other. This is their area of interest. And if the company is willing, then we would pay the first 3 months salary for the individual providing service there. And then the company has the option to decide if they want to keep on the individual or not. The issue is, in the past 2 years, we've had 4 people on job placement, but we have a difficult time with employers really taking on our clients. And even though, because we have monthly reports, so the reports might say, you know, they're doing a good job, but then when it comes time to actually hiring, we have some difficulties there. So we also are looking towards, you know, the policy and legislative frameworks that guide these kind of things, but it's not something that's current, but it's something that we're looking towards.
Okay, I have a question for Ms. Mallin. Yes. At Cedar School, there are different levels of autism, and so how do you deal with the children there? Are they placed in specialized classrooms, or do they fit into the regular classrooms with regular children? And those who cannot function in the regular classroom, how do you work with those particular types of children?
So Cedar School is an IB school, so it's not the curriculum for everyone, I will say that. It's a different curriculum. It's not rote learning. It's higher critical thinking skills that go with IB, and IB takes the UN goals into account and a whole variety of different things. Yeah, your son went through the program. Yeah, it's quite rigorous. So we do have kids with autism at Cedar, but we don't stream the classes. We don't have specialized classes. Some kids have one-to-one support, so the parents choose to hire one-to-one aid to help the children be in the classes and access the classroom material. But for most of the kids, they're in the class and they are just in the class with everybody else. Yeah, in primary we have reading intervention, not just for kids with autism, but for any kids who need reading intervention, and we have math intervention. And then in secondary, we have extra support with second language and with math as well. And we just have a secondary support person who floats around. So if kids need extra help in design or in math or in humanities, then that person will go into the classes and work with the student or do one-on-one or do small group pullouts. But we don't have a specialized class for kids with autism.
Thank you, Kate. We have another question.
This question, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I think this question might be more for Kate or Crystal. I know that there's not a lot of research at this particular juncture for autism numbers in the Caribbean. Oh, sorry about that. Is that better? That's better? I was saying I know that there's not a lot of information regarding autism in the Caribbean, but based on the numbers that are present, what would you say, where would you say that the BVI sits within those parameters? And then I have a follow-up to that.
Sorry, we were having a little discussion. So one of the things, I think that data is a very important tool. And so when I took on this role, I kind of looked back at the numbers that were being reported. The thing about that is we would only know about the individuals that present to our service. It can give us an idea, but we wouldn't have a general, oh, sorry. Yeah, I said we would only know about the individuals that present to our service. So we would have an idea, but we wouldn't have an overall understanding of how many persons are impacted within the territory, because there might be some people that are overlooked. But in that as well, a lot of the older statistics is just numbers. So there's not like the raw data available to do analysis and do like longitudinal studies and things of that nature. But I am trying to capture the data moving forward in that type of way, so then we could see like what the trends are, what is presenting most, what are the needs, you know, the severity of the difficulties, and those kind of things. So I can say that we have a comprehensive number, estimate, and how it relates to the wider world, if it is the same or different. I can say one statistic that remains similar is generally with these disorders, you would see a higher prevalence of males showing up. And so in our numbers, we see, you know, 60-something to 70-something% of our clients being male. But again, we have to consider the factors as to the diagnostic practices, and maybe that might also be overlooking of the presentation in females.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. So I want us to give a big thanks to our two panelists.
Thank you.
They'll be around today, so, well, for the most part, yeah. And don't forget, we have the open house later, so you can always grab them during the coffee break and ask if you have more questions. Okay, at this time, we're going to do something a little different. We will be transitioning to another panel segment where we've heard from the experts. Now we're going to hear from the other experts. Those are persons who are actually living with autism and Down syndrome. These are some very brave young men we have with us today. And I will invite them to the stage with their caregivers. And we will have a conversation with them just so you can get a sense of what it's like to live in their world. All right, so we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes.
We are all different. Eye color, and so on. Other differences can't be seen. Our favorite foods, fears, or special skills. Interestingly, the way we see the world is also different. For instance, what do you see in this drawing? Most people see a duck, but some of you might have seen a rabbit. Whichever you saw, you are correct. This is just a trick drawing to show you that all brains work differently. The brain is your body's computer. It works differently for all of us and controls how you learn. That's why we are all good at different things. How you feel, which is why we all feel different emotions. And how you communicate. Sometimes the brain is connected in such a way it affects the senses and how we perceive and read situations and interactions. This is known as autism. Many people have autism, so it's likely you already know someone who is autistic. And for this reason, it's useful to know a little bit about autism. The special wiring inside an autistic brain can sometimes make the person good at tasks we may find difficult, such as mathematics, drawing, or music. It can also do the opposite, and activities we find too easy are incredibly difficult to them, such as making friends. The senses constantly send information to your brain about your surroundings and other people. However, when a person's brain and its senses don't communicate well, the brain can become overwhelmed and confused, affecting how they see the world. Picture yourself walking down the street. This is how an autistic brain may experience the same walk. Scary, isn't it? Sadly, in many cases, the person can't say out loud how they feel. So even though there's chaos going on in their heads, they seem okay on the outside, unable to ask for help. We all develop behaviors to help us feel calm in uncomfortable situations. We may look away, hug ourselves, chew our fingernails, fidget, bite our lips, and so on. Equally, autistic people develop behaviors that help them cope with these intense moments. These actions may seem unusual, but they're just their way to feel calm. When they happen, it means they're having a hard time. The kind thing to do is not to give them an even harder time by getting cross, ignoring them, or mocking them. Remember, just because a PlayStation can't read an Xbox game, it doesn't mean it's broken. People with autism need friends who are willing to take the time to know them. With good communication and plenty of patience, everyone would be better off. People with autism are not ill or broken. They simply have a unique view of the world. And with a little support from their friends, they might just be able to share that view with us. Autism can make amazing things happen.
And we're back. Come on in. We're going to have a conversation with our young people. Today, we have with us 4 distinguished young men. We have Terrell Harrigan. Terrell is 25 years old. Is that correct, Terrell? Yes. Yes. And with Terrell, we have his mom, Venice. Is that how you say it, Venice? We also have with us Jaquan. All right, everybody knows Jaquan. He's no stranger to the stage. You may have seen him in a few plays, just saying. And his mom, Denise, is with him. We also have with us Trevon, the musician. His mom, Zoe, is here with him. And we have a new friend of mine, Mr. Kreitley, the sharply dressed young man right here. And with him, we have a caregiver. We share someone in common. A family friend, we'll go with that. But she hooks up our hair. So that's why we look this fabulous. This is Kishma. All right, so today, I will give these young men an opportunity to share with you a bit about their lives. I'll ask them some questions when they're ready for me. And if you will just give them some grace today, because this is, as I said, it's a new experience for us and new for some of them as well. So we'll give them some encouragement when we can, okay? All right. All right. My first question, you guys, you all went to school, right? Yep, you all attended school at some point? Because they're much older now. So you're 19, 25. So you're done with school now, right? Is that correct? Or, yeah? One class left? Who? Okay. All right, so did you like school? Who wants to go first? All right, Jaquan's going to tell us a bit about school. Just turn it on and keep it on.
Yes.
You like school?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, what did you like about school?
You like my friends, my teacher. Granny, you're always my friend. I just miss so much. I miss my students.
All right, he's got a deep baritone voice there. Mom, you want to tell us a bit of what he's said?
He's saying he likes school, he loves his friends, his teachers. One of his favorite friends is Kimani. And all that he is doing with his friends all the time. What else? Oh, his favorite teacher was Miss Blake.
Miss Blake was his favorite. Shout out to Miss Blake.
And also teacher Kalissa. Who else? Do you like dancing?
Yes.
Oh, and he used to like dancing and singing at school when it's assembly.
All right. I don't know why Jaquan acting shy, you know. This is unusual.
And finishing at school, he said he is the ambassador for school.
He's the ambassador for his school.
Yes.
Well done. All right. Trevon, you want to go next?
I kind of like school
You like school?
I kind of.
Kinda like school. Okay. What was, why kinda? What was good? What was bad about school? Maybe start with good. What do you like about school?
My friends help me a lot.
Your friends, they help you a lot. Okay. Hmm.
Something bad. The reason something bad because people do not show respect. Some people.
Yeah, that's the part you don't like when they don't show you respect. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That happens a lot in school. Did you have a favorite teacher or a subject?
Yeah, mathematics.
You like maths? You're really good
Yes.
at math? All right. All right. Great, great. All right, thank you. Anything else you want to tell us about school?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you, Terrell. I was trying to find it. All right, Kritely, you want to give us a bit of insights about school for you? Did you like school? Is it on?
Yeah, I think so. There we go. School was all right, you know. It was an interesting experience, and I think having new experiences are fun situations. So,
Yeah.
I'd say overall, I like school.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, for you, it was slightly different because when we talked that time, you said you got diagnosed later in life, right?
Yeah.
You want to tell us a bit about that and how that changed for you?
Uh,
Do you remember what you told me? No.
No, I don't. It didn't really change much, thankfully. I think my school was rather accommodating. The people in my school, you know, very open.
Yeah.
I like be sitting on the desk sometimes. Surprisingly, never got bullied.
Not so much.
No, so yeah.
Awesome. So you had a fairly good school experience.
Yes.
All right. You had any favorite subjects?
Also math.
Also math? Yeah?
Math.
All right. Great, great, great. All right, so last but certainly not least, we have Terrell. So tell me, Terrell, what's something about you that people might not notice right away?
I have a great memory of, I have a great day, I have a great day memory, oh.
Just hold it a little closer to your mouth. Just hold it like this. Yeah, you got it.
I have a great memory for dates that I can't tell you everyone's birthday and what happened on any day of the year. I have a photographic memory.
Did you get that?
Okay, what Terrell was saying there is he has a great memory for dates. He also has a photographic memory. And he remembers everyone's birthday, basically, in the first question.
All right. Okay, so we're going to go to a fun question now. What's your favorite thing to do? Well, I have a sense I will know what Jaquan would say, but let me ask Jaquan first. What's your favorite thing to do, Jaquan?
Yeah, I play mushrooms. I play basketball, the soccer, the baseball. I dance, I act, I sing. I am 19 years old. I agree the same. The performance was satisfactory.
Just had a performance. He liked performing, and he was just in the performance chocolate factory at the college a few weeks ago.
Yes, he was. He was great. Yeah. I saw him. Yeah. I saw him in Bugsy as well, and
Yeah,
some
he was
others
in
as well.
Bugsy, he was
Jack and the
in-
Beanstalk, was he in that one too?
Yeah.
Just about every
And he
play
was
that's
in the
been out
Wizard
there.
of Oz.
Yeah.
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 So he liked acting and dancing and singing. He plays the drums.
All right.
Yeah.
What about you, Critley? What do you like to do for fun?
Well, I wish I could have said basketball. I'm not too good at it, but drawing, singing, everything in between, I guess, hiking and those things. Just going out of my house. Yeah. Yeah. Those type of things.
Okay. That's cool. We can talk about those drawings in a minute. Yeah, yeah. All right. Trevon, sorry. What about you?
Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
My favorite.
All right.
My favorite thing to do is watch movies, play game, hang out with friends, and swim.
Swimming, nice, nice. All right. What about music? I've seen some videos of you. Music. What about music?
Music, yes.
Yeah. What's your instrument that you play?
Piano.
You play the piano. He plays the piano really well. Yeah. All right. So my next question. Okay, this one is for Terrell. So Terrell came prepared, okay, guys? So he's gonna tell us, because he's a bit shy, but he has his answers here. So this question is, what is one thing, number 3, what is one thing you wish people knew about you without you having to explain it?
That just because I don't talk all the time doesn't mean I don't have something to say.
Boom. Mic drop. He said, just because I don't talk all the time doesn't mean I don't have something to say. All right. Okay, so is there anything else? I will leave it open now. Is there anything you guys feel comfortable to share with us today that you want to talk about? All right. While you guys think about it, I have with us Katani here with us. She's no stranger to the scene. Katani has a brother, same age as the young men here, so she has a bit of experience in talking with them. So I asked her to accompany me here on stage. So Katani has some questions she will ask them as well.
Experience is a stretch, but okay. Okay, this goes for anyone. Do any of you want to go to college? Okay, so talk on the mic.
Education. Yes.
You gotta speak up. Why?
I didn't go to high school.
He's asking the question after leaving Heslin Henley, why they are not allowed to go to high school. And because of that, he's not very happy because his brothers, sisters, and other friends went to high school, and what is wrong with them that they're not going to high school.
It's a very good question.
Anybody else?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, you want to go to college?
Yeah.
What would you want to study?
Math.
You like math?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Kevin?
I would not go to college because it's going to be too much work.
Oh. Fair enough. Okay, so this is for everyone, but want to go to college?
I'm in the process. I took a bit of a hiatus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So this is for everyone again. Outside of college, what do you want to do in life? I can't say when you grow up because we're getting there, we're growing up. So what do you want to do? What do you want to be?
I can take pictures to take pictures the flowers.
He said he wants to learn to take pictures, to be a photographer.
Aww.
So someone teach me.
Okay,
And
so
he wants someone to teach him to do so. Photography.
pictures by yourself?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so you'll have to show us. Okay.
Yeah, come on.
He has 2 cameras, he said.
It's really nice. Okay.
Violin. Violin.
You want to do filing?
Yeah.
That's something you like to do? Have you tried it before?
No.
Okay, so that's something we can try. We'll try filing. So he wants to file, do filing.
Filing.
Yeah. Okay. So if anyone's looking for someone to do filing, this is your guy. Okay. That's okay if you don't know.
Also not sure, but presumably something in science. Yes, yes.
So what do you guys do every day? Like, what's your routine?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Your routine, like, what do you do every day?
Oh. You know, I get up, I bathe, brush my teeth. I don't really have a routine, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm working on it, though. Yeah. So.
I take the pictures.
Oh, you say you bathe, brush your teeth,
I brush your teeth with the dogs. And with TikTok videos.
so making TikTok videos.
You want to go? Okay.
I bathe, brush my teeth. I forgot. I wake up, bathe, brush my teeth. I spray cologne on myself.
What kind of cologne is it? It's okay if you don't remember. Okay, you want to go?
Take shower. Brush my teeth. Eat breakfast. iPad.
iPad? All right. Yes, Jaquan?
Here I do the exercise. I'm running the bike. I'm on 10 laps.
Oh, you have a bike?
Yes.
Oh. Where do you run your 10 laps?
Up on the hills.
Up and down the hill?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Doing better than me. Anybody like sports?
Of course.
What's your favorite sport?
Swimming.
Oh, swimming. You?
Basketball.
Basketball?
Yeah.
You have a favorite team?
Lakers.
Okay. Check one.
Yeah. I like basketball. My friends, my coach. Yeah, I like basketball.
Do you have a favorite team?
Yes.
Which one?
Yes, this boy, his team. Yes.
Well, the thing that you guys didn't notice, when we asked Terrell about his favorite team, he said, it's the Lakers. You see, the smile is coming back. The biggest smile came on his face. You guys, if you follow basketball, you know why he's smiling like this. The Lakers, I understand, is winning right now, so that's his favorite team. All right, is there any here with us today?
Yes. Yes, I said the yes. Yeah, I like Gemini. Yes.
He's saying he likes his friends. He was naming one of his favorite friends. Tell me about those drawings, Craigly.
Yes, my favorite thing to do. Anyways, What do you want me to tell you about them?
What are you drawing right now? Like, what are you into?
Oh, I haven't done any drawings recently, but typically I'll do like animals. Those are my favorite things to draw or sketch. Because I like my 2 cats at home. I've been working, I say working, like a year process now of trying to draw a sketch of them. Not going well, but you know.
They don't sit still, do they?
No, they don't. Yeah.
Maybe take a photo of them and then draw from that.
You would think that would help. They don't seem to like pictures. Scampering about.
Okay. Yeah, something. What about you? You have something? No? No? Okay. All right, well, let's thank our panelists. This was our opportunity to get a bit of insight into their lives and their story from their mouths. Sure, we have a question. Yeah.
So, mummies, I have an 8-year-old who we just found out has ADHD. Unfortunately, we now found out. And I have a 6-year-old who has autism. So tell me, in your experience, what us as parents who now have the younger ones, what you all went through and what we should be looking for and how could we help them? Because it's a little frustrating. Daddy and I are both working, and so we're trying our best. And since I look to you all are the experienced and you all been through this, what should we as parents with the younger ones who have the ADHD, the Down syndrome, the autism, what should we be looking for? How best we can help them? That's for the mummies. That's for the mummies. That question is for the mummies. How best you can, what advice you would give? What advice you can give us?
I found out Terrell had autism at the age of 5. So first off, the first thing is early intervention. And if I was to relieve this thing all over again, I would not stay on Ireland. You have an option of now, if you're a UK citizen, you could move to the UK and get much more better care and attention, and for that child to also, who's now an adult, to evolve from just being in a house. So that would be my...
And strange enough, you said leave the country. I came from Trinidad. There are a lot of children with autism, ADHD, Down syndrome, and the resources are sparse. You, to get help from the government, you have to be on a waiting list for more than a year. To get an aid for school, it's more than 2 years. To see a specialist, you have to be on a waiting list from 6 months to 8 months, and that cost to just see a specialist for an assessment is between 15,000 to 20,000 TT dollars. Most of us don't have that in Trinidad. So I would say that I am blessed that I got the opportunity to get the help for them right away here. Okay. I know you have different opinions, but I'm just letting you know that we didn't, as much as we have there are resources, it's sparse, and you can't get an appointment, government, private sector, right? But I was able to get the help for them right away here. I don't know if any one of the kiddies could answer this question is, but with your special abilities, right? I want to know what it is you think that and it's not, don't take it the wrong way, mummies, but what it is that you think your mummies and daddies could have done more for you, or what it is that you couldn't express to them that, you know, because I am trying to help mine, and boy, it's hard. It's hard. It's very hard. So I want to understand them a little better. And what it is you think that your mommies or daddies could have done better? Because I think by experience, I learned by experience, and I learned by people's experience. So I just want to know if anyone...
All right, well, just a little bit to reframe the question in case any of you would like to answer. Is there anything you would want your mom or your dad to do for you that they may not have done, that you think would help you? Anything you would have wanted? Anything more? No? She's done everything for you, hasn't she? Yeah. Okay. What about,
well,
you have a comment?
I was gonna say you're doing a great job so far because you've already taken the steps and you've made the necessary changes that you need to accommodate your little one. So I'm saying that that's a good step. So congratulations on that. I am not exactly a mom, but I did meet him through my services as well as help with another young child who has autism. And from my experience, what I can say is they're basically like everybody else. You have to have the patience to understand them. You have to give them space to basically show you what it is that they like to do and figure out how to work with them in order to make them more comfortable. So in my shop, like I said, I have a young client, his name is Zion, and I do his hair on the floor. I literally am on the floor and he's with his rocks because he loves rocks and he's so adorable. And at times he likes closeness. So he's literally under my leg and he's playing with his rocks and I'm doing his hair, sorry, you know? So what I'm saying is I think you have to just allow them to show you what it is that makes them comfortable and have a lot of patience when dealing with them so you can show them, okay, we can always accommodate them, make them a bit more comfortable, I guess. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say.
Some good advice, huh? Oh, you're just rubbing your face.
Okay. Hello. Okay, so there's nowhere around it. It's hard. It takes a lot of patience. You have to get to know your child. Not everyone understands. So teachers don't understand. So you have to be the one. There are times when the teacher didn't understand how to teach him. I had to teach him at home what they were trying to teach him that they couldn't teach him. I had to teach him at home. It's hard, you're going to work, you have to come home and teach. It takes so much patience, but you know your child, so you know what they're capable of. Even when some teachers were thinking that he couldn't do this or that, I felt that he could. So I taught him at home myself sometimes.
Well, for me, I think the first thing with children with any disability is for the parents to accept what is wrong with the child, and then you can move forward. At least one, I had to understand that I have 3 other kids, and Jake one is different, but he will be nowhere different in the things that I did for them that I will do for him, because I think the Lord will not bless me if I don't do the same for him. So what I did with Jake one informed for him to develop. Every game, every program that was available, I took him to it and I said to them, I want him to be part of it, but he don't have to help you to win the game if there's a competition, but he must learn to play the game and he must be a part of it, or whatever it was going on. And in this way, it makes me feel satisfied, and this is how Jake one bloom and develop, which makes it easier for me, because I say if I locked him in, then it's more work for me to deal with him. But if he's out there, everybody will know him and know what he wants and help. So that was my motive of dealing with bringing him up in the way and just encourage him at home. Also, his peers, as you know, they have low muscle tone at birth, but for Jake one, his developmental stage was very fine because his peers helped him. I remember the brother before him, to make Jake one walk at 13 months, he used to creep and had Jake one running along with him, holding on to him, so he was walking. So those are things that satisfied me in the way you get them. And even at school, everything I did, he had to be part of it. So that makes it easy when you have a child with disability, is to expose them. You know? Okay.
Thank you. Well, to close out, since Terrell put so much effort into his responses, is it okay if I ask you 3 questions and you read your responses to us? Yes? All right. All right, so I really like these answers, so you guys have to get this. Number 5, okay? Have you ever had someone assume something about you that wasn't true? And how did that make you feel?
Yes, sometimes people think I can't do things because I have autism. It makes me feel invisible, but I can do so much if people just give me a chance.
That is so true. Thank you. Yep.
For the record, Terrell is a 3.7 GPA student, high school. So don't mind for some reason he doesn't want to speak up, but he's very intelligent. So, and also to your question, that's why I said early intervention, and if you could get other opportunities, because Terrell was afforded an opportunity to go to the United States. He spent 6 years at a boarding school, 5 years at a boarding school, and he was given that opportunity. So that's why I mentioned, not to say that I'm not grateful for what the BVI does here, but if you get that opportunity otherwise, why not take it? Okay? So I just wanted to put that there. Yeah.
What's something a teacher, a coach, or a boss has done that made a big difference for you?
One teacher let me take breaks in a quiet room when I felt overwhelmed. They helped me to stay in class and learn better.
You guys got that? His teacher gave him a break, gave him breaks in a quiet room while learning, so it helped him to stay in class and learn better. So he got his movement breaks or his quiet breaks. Those are accommodations. That's one of the things we're trying to infuse into the learning system. So you heard it from him. I'm sure Mom didn't write these answers. And number 9. Sorry. All right, so the last question I'll ask him to read his response is, if you could tell the audience one thing to help them truly see you and others like you, what would it be?
We are not all labels. We are people with ideas, dreams, and so much to give.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists. Wow. Thank you, Katani, for indulging me. All right, so we'll take a short break as we ready ourselves for the next set of panelists. We will find out very shortly whether they'll actually come on stage here with us or we have to do plan B. But I suspect we'll know in a minute. So have a break, have a drink, have a beverage, read the resources that are around, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
There's no such thing as completely normal. I mean, there's some people with holidasiac. That would mean somebody who's addicted to holidays, birthdays, death dates, and other anniversaries. Impersonitis. Somebody who is addicted to different voice impersonations and they cannot find their home voice, and some people may be stuck with it. I mean, there's some people with disabilities who want to try to be normal and to fit in. But being a person with Asperger's, they may have some very clever ideas that may become unheard of in the normal world. Well, in terms of growing up, I preferred to mostly play on my own. When I was at kindergarten, I preferred to be rocking on the rocking horse, and the teachers were trying to encourage me to interact with the other children. The horse then was taken away, but I preferred, even without the horse, to sort of play or do things on my own. Autism affects my life in several ways. I have to sort of know on a repetitious level, like how to do things accordingly. Changes are very difficult in a routine. It's hard to interact with people. Even I'd like to get to know people better. I try to listen very hard and try to become interested and gradually be friends. Sometimes it does work. But sometimes I know the subject matters are sort of limited with normal individuals. I've had cases where I felt turned down, but silently. I sometimes feel disappointed and hurt, then I retreat and go back into my own indifferent world. I may daydream and sometimes wish of certain fantasies, things I sort of make up as a way to try to hide, from reality. Something to make me happy and to absorb into my head, such as music and the arts. I tell you, I'm not the Rain Man. Scatting with me. Shoot bop bibbidi bop bop. Scream it dabba dibbidi bop bop. Ba bop bibbidi bop bop. Ba ba dibbidi bop bop.
Boy, Jordan, that's really great how you play the piano.
Thank you very much.
Very hard playing the piano.
Thank you.
Am I a lousy girlfriend?
Not at all. Don't put
best.
yourself down.
You're the best, Jordan.
You too. You are. That it's very special to really have Tony around it. And at times I could not have gotten by, I know, without Tony. I mean, she's sort of brought in the reality and, like, into me.
Jordan?
She does bring structure into my life. I mean, cooperativeness is a very important point that I learned from her in dealing with relationships in order to make it work.
Jordan, can you come here? I love you.
Love you too.
Okay, Jordan,
Yeah,
I love you.
love you too.
Jordan,
I know.
I love you.
I know.
Jordan, will you come here?
Yeah.
I love you.
Look, I know your game.
Okay.
Come on.
Jordan!
I heard. Come on, let's go on.
I love you.
Love you.
Okay.
Okay. Tony has Tourette's syndrome, which involves his twitches, and she does take medications for them. She has also a learning disability. I learned to, of course, accept this thing and to accept who she herself is.
I got sent to my room and I lost my TV too, so I couldn't watch Little House on the Prairie.
So you're right. You really were Brad. I
And
see
you know,
that.
the cat didn't sleep with me for 2 days.
Yeah. You remained awake for those 2 days, I guess. I try to find things that will get me with Tony, I mean, relief for both of us. And for me, as an example, the pet shelter is a place that does give Tony and for me relief.
Mommy's here. Oh, yes. How about a little kiss? Here, Bobby. Oh, here's Rochelle. She's a nice cat. She likes attention. Come here, Rochelle. Oh, I notice when I pat another cat, she gets jealous.
Well, we all need to know that. Very few get along with their breeds.
Oh, yeah. Gives her a kiss. Kiss her. On the lips.
Yeah. Reality is an existence, and it is not fictional. Maybe your father or mother could have become one of those cats.
No, not that I know of. My mom was into birds, and my dad wasn't.
What it is format.
Every time, Jordan, when I see an ice cream,
It's hard to stay in reality.
I think they're watching over us.
Sometimes, like, you make plans, but again, these promises and plans always go into chaos. Thank you. No, thank you. It's like, think according like to Nietzsche's, that life you think has one circle, but no, they're added circles added to extra added circles, which create chaos, and then you sort of looks like you're drowning. Oh yeah, I think it could have been reincarnated. It could have been my father.
Cream cheese or this cheese?
Because you're a cheesy person. Sometimes you have to tread on water like that and then come back to reality and to face it instead of hiding from the present. You can't go back to the past or do the things that you enjoyed much. You just have to keep going forward, always forward. See what I mean? Well, you're going to go over. Wow, over $80. So in order to make the thing, to put the things back, this is what some of the things we may have to do without.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's okay. This goes back. This goes back. The potatoes goes back. See, let me see. Let me see. And yes, but you could do without. Maybe one of the lots. Maybe one of them.
Keeping both. Sorry, peanut butter has to go.
No. Peanut butter, we would still say that we make it my choice. But then we'll make the fettuccine. We have other pastas. We have other pastas. That's fine. One, we could take one out.
Take one out.
That's fine.
We got no choice.
Yes. And then that will leave us with that we can afford. Okay.
That's change. Where did
That's fine.
everybody go? I think they left.
Oh, okay. So that's it's only on one bag. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With these type of disorders, I mean, and with that understanding of what she has, it has brought us close together. We learned, just like on Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, not to run away from our troubles, which can have a bad effect on the relationship.
I don't mind eating this at 5 in the morning.
No, never mind. everybody does have something. Everybody's not completely normal, I mean, in their ways of life. Disabilities are secondary. Well, we are people first. You don't say a disabled person, you say a person with a disability.
Oh, there's someone there.
Yeah. Just like the song Imagine, it's like, may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be and live as one, which is kind of, anyway, my hope for the future for everybody, so that people with disabilities can be treated equal, just like what we are.
Isn't that nice when you hear the church bell ring?
Yes, the big band sounds, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure,
it reminds me of you.
sure.
Reminds me of you.
Sure.
Self-advocacy, see it all happen with self-advocacy. See, self-advocacy, self-advocacy, self-advocacy. Yeah, come on, people from California. There's a conference for you to attend with speeches and workshops and keynote speakers. This is the meeting place you'll never forget. Dreaming and achieving with self-advocacy. All over California, self-advocacy. Sacramento's humming with self-advocacy. Self-advocacy, self-advocacy. Yeah, now.
And we're back. If we could start making our way back to our seats. We're about to get started with our second panel. We have with us two young ladies who've been friends for a very long time. And they've decided to be brave today to speak with us. However, they're still very shy, so that is why you'll notice they're sitting with their backs to the audience. It's so they can look at us and talk instead of looking at you and get a little nervous, okay? So that's our accommodation for them for today. So before we get started, I'd just like to read an excerpt from a book that I received from a dear friend. It's called Speechless. It's written by a nonverbal young man. And the reading I'd like to do now, it's called Autism and Me. I'm afraid of people who feel that people with autism are less than others. The worst thing is that people think we are stupid. But we are people who understand so much. Let our opinions be heard. The message some people try to write tells you many truths. Try to see past the autism and realize that we are the same inside as others. I really only mostly try to show that I am not stupid. I let the thoughts in my head seep to the letterboard and offer people reasons, beliefs, and opinions so that each one can understand my world. Now I'm switching roles. I'm on the panel with my daughter, Anise. We have our moderator, Ms. Felice Swap.
Hello.
We have Zoe Ann is with us again, and with her second child, Chloe. And I will stop leading now.
So, hi everyone, and especially Chloe and Anise. We're going to have some fun today, and that's what I've promised. I've also promised ice cream. I'm sure I've promised many other things, but we're going to have a little bit of a conversation. So let's see. Anise, who have you brought today? You going to tell me who you brought? Or is he going to tell me? Aha. Everybody else, anyone knows Pokemon? Anyone in the audience knows Pokemon? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, which one is this? Oh, wait. I need a mic runner. Oh, I have all the mics. It's who? Oh, okay, it's Bunnix. And what do you like? No? So Anise says it's Bunnix, right? All right, and you're a really big fan of Pokemon. Chloe, do you like Pokemon too?
I don't really watch Pokemon that much. Like,
Ooh, so what do you watch? Sonic? You like Sonic? What does he like to watch, Zoe? Oh, she's still thinking about it. All right, so then I'm going to ask you about school. I know school is your favorite subject. You love everything about school. Could you shake your head more vigorously, Anise? So tell me, what is your least favorite thing about school? What do you not like?
nothing much. Well, nothing much.
Nothing much. Okay, you don't like much. Anise, what do you not like about school? Answer? Come to me. You gonna tell me what you don't like about school? She's getting warmed up. So I know that, Simone, if I ask you as a parent, tell me something that Anise doesn't like about school, or what she hasn't liked in the past.
She's told me that she doesn't like that she doesn't get a turn on the playground, on the swing. They don't give you turns.
Okay, no worries. She said also they're being bullies. What else, Simone? And they call my Pokemon drawings ugly. That probably doesn't feel very good. Oh.
No.
Oh. You like to draw?
Yeah, I like to show them.
You want to show them your drawings? Can we show them after, or you want to show them right now? You want to show them right now? Okay. You'll be right back. No worries. Good. So tell me about your school, Chloe. Tell me about school.
Well, in the morning we do assembly and
Assembly, is it fun? No? What happens after assembly?
we read our books.
And you like to read. I remember you were reading to me in the library once. You were a really good reader. Yes? Do you remember? This is like 3 years ago. You were such a good reader already. Do you still like reading? Why do you, let me see, what can I ask you about reading? Do you have a favorite book? Does she have a favorite book? No? Can you write a book, maybe, one day? Could be fun. She likes to draw?
Yeah, I've never seen anyone draw as well as her. She's excellent.
Are you artistic as well?
She definitely draws better than me. I'm no good.
What else does she do better than you, Mom? We have books. I think there might be a theme to all these books. The first book is, what's it about? Pokemon? Okay. So the first book's about Pokemon. There's the back. You want me to help you hold it? Okay. And who's this one, Anise? Oh, okay, it's fine. That's Pikachu, right? Yep. And Wartortle? Wartortle? Squirtle. You're going to keep me honest, right? Oh, sorry. And over there is Greedent. Do you know these things? You don't know Pokemon? Anise would draw Pokemon all day. Oh, here's another one. You got another Pikachu colored over here. Do you have a Bulbasaur toy? And which, does he sleep with you? Oh, sorry. Yep. Good. And we have another book. You'll see from the front. What does it say on the front? Pokemon again.
So Anise uses that coloring book as an example to then draw the same Pokemons in her own book, which she's now going to show you her drawings.
This could go on for quite some time because I think every moment she gets a pen or a crayon, there's something that's going to be drawn. Simone, did you encourage Anise's drawing?
It didn't take much encouraging, actually. I think she's following the pattern from her brother, her big brother, who's currently at university studying art, game art, to be specific. So she wants to draw as well as he does. And so she's picked up with Pokemon recently. But even before that, she would have stuffies or animal toys. And it's interesting, she will just prop them up, and then she would draw from just looking at them as well. So it's not just looking at pictures and drawing. So I suppose she has the same talent or similar talent as her brother. But she expresses a lot in drawings, and she always has, even before she understood words. So some parents might be familiar with the emotion cards and things like that. She would draw like a frowny face if she's unhappy, or draw different things that she would like to do. So she expresses herself a lot in drawings.
you like to draw as well, don't you, sir? Oh, yes, claps for Anis's drawings, because that's all for you, Anis. Oh, okay, let's see. What do you have for me? Oh, my. Can you hold it up? There it is. It's a pencil drawing, so you might not be able to get to zoom in on that one, but Chloe's got art.
I was sketching.
What were you sketching? Can you describe it? What is it? It's anime?
Yeah.
Oh. Did you give her a name? No. She's got great eyes. And do you use colors as well, or only black and white? Do you use colors sometimes? Do you color them in?
No.
No. Sometimes?
You use color sometimes. Well, yeah.
Sometimes. Excellent. And do you remember when you two were in school together?
Yes.
That was when? A long time ago?
Yeah.
Were you this big or this big? This big. Oh, even smaller. All right. And
should we show them?
Oh, we should show them. Can we do that?
Yes, we have a video to show you of them. This was after Anise went to a different school, and one day she came back to surprise Chloe at her old school.
Mommy, did you get a chance to do any of the exercise? Yes. How did it go?
Hi, Chloe. Notice the lack of enthusiasm of the other kids in the class.
And what school do you go to now, Chloe?
Willard Whitley.
And how old are you?
11.
Anise, how old are you? 12? Excellent. And when is your birthday?
September 26th.
September. My birthday's in July. Which one's better, July or September? September, I think, is better. Unless March is better. When is your birthday, Anise? March 21st. I know, it's a big night. It's orange. It looks kind of like Charmander, doesn't it? A little bit. Yeah. The blue line is like Squirtle. So I think, Simone, you found that you can get Anise to read pretty much anything as long as it involves a Pokemon?
That's correct.
You read books, yes. Pokemon only?
And Dogman.
Pokemon and Dogman. Do you read Dogman as well?
I never even.
Never heard of Dogman.
No.
What kind of books does she like?
Whatever she gets at the career, I guess.
Aha.
She likes to read about science, planets.
Yeah, the solar system.
The solar system. Okay.
The solar system. Do you know all the planets?
Yeah.
Ooh, what are they?
First.
Okay.
No, you have to
okay.
use the mic.
So, name a planet.
All right. So first is Mercury, then is Venus, Earth, Mars. Those are the inner planets, and the outer planets, and they're Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
Planet Pluto.
Figure that out.
Planet Pluto.
Planet Pluto? Pluto, what's about?
Pluto is not a planet. Yeah.
Did all the adults get the planets right? Yeah? You got it right? Okay, good. Very good. Very good. All right. So the solar system. And Anise, do you remember, or maybe your mom remembers, do you remember before you spoke words? Do you remember back then when you were a little baby? Do you remember? Yeah? You remember when you started talking? How old you were? You're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tell me about words, Simone.
Yeah, so Anise was nonverbal till about 3. Then we did the whole assessment thing. At the time, I had to take her off island because we didn't have as many services as we do now in the BVI. So I had to take her to St. Thomas to a specialist. And that's when it was recommended that I then go see another specialist. Because I just went to have her see a speech therapist at the time. And she recommended I get a full assessment, which we did. And yeah, we got her a diagnosis of, amongst other things, autism. And so we continued with speech therapy over the years. And I won't say the rest. But let's just say she's now 12 and has a lot to say and a lot of opinions. No dancing today.
You want to dance? All right. So Anise is more of a display person. She will show you her smarts. You'll do it later after I'm finished? Okay. So, but you want everyone to see the dance? They should watch the dance. And is there a particular dance? You need some music, or are you just going to dance out of your mind? Just going to dance. See? There's always a soundtrack, I think, in Anise's mind. There's always a soundtrack in there. So Chloe, tell me something else good. Tell me about, Tell me about horses.
I ride on a horse.
You rode on a horse? Did you like it? I was riding on it and then the horse just moved. Did you ride on the horse?
Well, last year, I went on a horse last year, or was it last a couple of years? In Anegada, yeah.
In Anegada. Was it big?
Yes. Okay.
Were you scared of it?
No.
No. That's great. And remember the color of the horse?
It was brown.
Brown horse. And was it only you? Were you brave enough to go on the horse by yourself?
Yes.
Oh my. That's very impressive. Was mom brave too? Did she go on the horse?
I don't remember how she was.
That's code for no. So both Chloe and Anise have been part of this equine program.
It's on. I think I could turn around. Is this fair? Yeah. Can you just turn around your heads?
top of my head. Hmm? Yeah. Can anybody hear me? Yes. Huh. I have a pet Jingle. He's a cat. And he's 1 year old. When he was a little kitten, we found him in the pet shop. My favorite Pokemon is Tentacle. And I like to dance. I have a godmother. Also, I watch Sprinkies. They're my favorites from Pokemon. I watch them every day.
Thank you. So, one of the most beautiful things for anyone who might not have as much direct experience with children of all sorts is when they work their way through their own process, it might take them all sorts of things to do, but when they work their way through their own process and find their voice, then that's another step. And the next time they have a little bit further along the way to go. You know? Tell me about something that made you really proud with Chloe.
Well, Chloe has been a very, very shy girl. Every year she went to a different class. She would take at least a few weeks to a couple months just to talk to the teacher. So I'm just proud that even this year, grade 6, she didn't, or even, I think even grade 5, she didn't take as long to talk to the teacher this time.
Good job.
She's a little bit shy.
What am I supposed to tell them?
Tell them to get Pokemon.
You're going to tell them to guess the Pokemon? Which Pokemon are they going to guess? Okay.
I gotta ask you some Pokemon questions. It's electricity Pokemon and it's quick. Who is it?
Her question to the audience is, it's an electricity Pokemon, and he's very quick. Who is it? She's asking you to guess the Pokemon.
Lightning.
Lightning. Excellent. Excellent. Well, Simone, could I ask you to read from Speechless for me?
She also thinks she's a stand-up comedian. So this young man, he's a bit of a poet as well. And the one I'm going to read is one of his poems. It was very well recognized as well. It's called A Note to My Mother. Once upon a time, there was an intelligent boy who only tried to talk. No words joined him, so he only stopped trying. He looks normal mostly, but he gazes at things. No one enters his thoughts, only him. He is lost in his mind, like me.
So, Chloe, I have one last question for you. You ready?
Yes. Yes.
In a moment. All right, Chloe, you ready for me? So tell me something that your mom does that is really cool, that you like. Maybe she feeds you or she tucks you in, I don't know. Maybe she sings to you at night. Does she sing? I don't know if she sings. But is there anything she does that's funny or that's really cool? Does she dance? No? She does not dance, apparently. Sorry, no, there's no dancing. Does she sing? A little bit. I think a little bit. You want to try?
I'll try for her.
Okay. Go ahead.
She's a little bit nervous.
Do you want to tell me something that you love about your mom?
Since I was 5 in the pink house, my mom helped me get my cut feel better. Huh?
She said from since she was 5, she could remember her mom helps her whenever she falls down. I help her get back up.
Also, I just touched an orange caterpillar since I was 5.
When you were 5, you touched an orange caterpillar
Yes, with friends.
with your friends. Anything else you want to say?
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
My big brother Dylan, he's in college and he's 18. His name is Dylan Foster.
You want to go to college too? Yeah?
I want to be a chef because I cook food every day for my mom and me.
You want to be a chef Cook every day for your mom and me. That'll make you happy, Simone.
Also, I do running and swimming. And I just won a dog trophy because I helped Daisy in boxing race.
That's right. You won a trophy at the dog show, helping to run a dog through the dog show. So all sorts of cool things. Thank you very much, Chloe. I can't believe you came up on this stage with me. Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And welcome. Okay. Next time.
Can I tell them about Evie and Falls?
What am I telling them?
About the say Evie and Falls.
Anise is going to say something before I tell her thank you.
No, Evie and Falls.
Evian Falls.
I gotta tell.
No more Pokemon stories, Mommy says. Mommy has drawn the line. So, Anise, I get to tell you thank you for coming on stage with me.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And for showing your drawings.
Why is that pink girl not clapping?
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chloe. It's parent time. Parent time, yeah. So you have to stay.
Okay, could the parents join me on stage, please? Whoever is brave enough to be here.
Thank you.
We're going to have a parent panel now and give you the opportunity to ask us those questions based on, well, you know, the interactions you saw with our children, as well as if there are any other questions you have about our experiences. That's right. It's not only parents. I was just reminded, is this a family panel? So I'm seeing a family person hiding behind there. Come on up. Come on up. Don't be shy. So very quickly before we break for lunch, I will first of all open it up to the audience. If you have any questions you'd like to ask any of us about your observations, I know it was very different from what you would have normally experienced in a panel, but that's everyday life for us, what you've just witnessed. A lot of interpreting, a lot of patience, a lot of just being there for our loved ones. So if there are any questions or comments first, I'll open it up.
Okay, one of the reasons why I opted not to have a child is because of the uncertainty of what will happen to my child in the event that something happens to me. As parents with children with varying disabilities, how do you deal with that uncertainty in terms of what is going to happen to my child in the event that, because we don't know what tomorrow holds, in the event that I'm not here? How do you deal with that? How do you put things in place? That's one of the things that we tried to do some years ago at the program that I work at, where you bring in parents and you ask them, what is a long-term goal for your child in the event that, how do you guys deal with that situation?
Again, hello? Okay. I am not a parent of a child that's neurodivergent, but I would assume that this is a fear of any parent because I am a parent. In your situation, I think that while you are with your child, that you would be able to put certain things in place, and that comes with educating yourself on what it is that's going to be needed and what's going to be required, and basically gathering support from your friends and family, because they're going to have to be, you're going to have some support in regards to making sure that your child is taken care of after, should you pass suddenly. I think it's the same fear with any parent. You just basically have to set up your support system in the event of. You have to have your person that you know would definitely, you have somebody who would go along with you on the journey so they know the needs of your child, and to be able to, I guess, basically to give you the peace of mind in knowing that if I should leave today, my son or daughter would be okay. And in your journey, I am sure that you would have access to the resources, because as parents, I think we're very resilient when it comes to finding out what it is our kids need, especially people who need extra attention. So that's just my 2 cents.
To that question, I would say family planning is very important. You have, especially when you have a child with disabilities, you have to think about, like you say, what happens when I'm gone? So this comes into life insurance, your will, getting those things in place, finding somebody you trust if your child needs a caretaker, or finding a business that does so, because you have to have these things in place, because you are going to be your number one go-to for your child, the number one supporter, the number one advocate. So you have to make sure you have these things in place, so you have a trusted friend or family member that will be there if that needs to come into play. But you have to plan, and you have to research and have these conversations with therapists, teachers, lawyers, anybody who can help you in that area. But as she said, for any child, you have to have that family planning aspect. So when it comes to the finances, or just simple, who's going to look after my child, you have to have it in writing. You have to have an understanding of what you want and plan for it to happen. So if you have to save, if you have to go out and get life insurance, that's what you would have to do, so that your child will be okay no matter what.
Well, for myself, in reference to Terrell, its synopsis would be basically family, having a strong family bond, letting them know let them be aware of his situation, and also I have implemented a life insurance, just in case, not only for Terrell, because I also have another son, but more or less focusing on Terrell.
Okay, so yeah, it is. It's something that I think any parent thinks about, but especially the parent of a special needs child. For me, I would say my aim is to encourage them to be as independent as they possibly can be, but it is easier said than done.
Yeah, for me, that was one of my goals. From the first day I found out about Jaquan's ability, the concern of what will happen to him if I am not here. So family members, his siblings, and friends, I will always advocate for what I would like for Jikwan and what I have in place. And as for Jikwan of himself, I inform him too, if mommy's not here, what will you do? So try to get him involved in death and living, that I might not be here or he might not be here, but for me, if I'm not here, who would he want to be it and what would he would like for himself? So that's why I really strive to make him independent so that who will have to care for him after me will not see him as a burden. And he understands what will happen if mommy is not here. So we will talk about that often we will have that conversation. Every time if somebody, a friend or somebody die, you would say, if that happened to you, mommy, what will happen to me? And then I say, well, what do you think? And he have answers. These are preparation that I have in place for him, make him aware of what life is all about.
One thing I omitted was life skills. You have to implement life skills so that if anything happens to you, that they will be able to at least take care of themselves at least 80% from what you were doing before. Okay?
So I have a question. So the topic for this symposium is truly seeing the unseen. And as adults in our community, and from a parent standpoint, how do you see our current structure, truly seeing the unseen? So you live it every day. You see what a lot of us don't see. So how would you speak to other parents to promote the unseen within their children? Because in our community, if we're very honest, we don't see them as much as we would like to. So how do you get other parents to walk the walk with you where you have now put your child out there and you're promoting their abilities and what they can do, and encourage those that are coming up to follow the same pattern so that some of the mistakes or the challenges you had to walk, they don't have to walk through. So what advice or feedback would you give to another parent who is struggling to truly see down the road? Anybody?
It's difficult to answer that question, you know. You gonna say?
The road is the support that you will get within government and so forth for the child. Because with Jikwan, there was not as much support then as now. So I will advocate for more support. So the parent with that child, just like we say we can leave to go to England or America, we got to try to see if we can get some of those same programs here to help us, because not everybody will be able to leave. So I think it's more advocate for that parent with that child, seeing what somewhere else is doing, someplace else, that we can implement here. That's something I would say for the help, because you really need support and help and cooperation and everybody's voice when it comes to you having to deal with your child disability or so forth.
Can you just give us a synopsis of your question?
Okay,
It was kind of
so,
long.
No problem. So for me, I see the abilities of children. And as an adult, we push that part of our child, what they can do. And we expose them and we, advocate because we know they can do this. So I'm twisting it a bit. So how could you as a parent encourage another parent to do just that and not harper so much on what they see? Because there's an unseen that we sometimes don't zero in on, whether it's their strengths, whether it's their skills, whether it's their intellect. We can't see it. But how do we get other parents to see that within their child and now use that as a springboard to move them to the next level?
I would think that it's about inclusivity. Everybody is different, and I think that you would have to play on the strengths of your child, because again, you're going to see what their abilities are. You're going to see the specialness in them. You're going to see where they have the capacity to excel and exceed expectations. So you would have to find the proper channels. So what I really liked about this lady is that she included him in most things. So she didn't let it limit his ability to, let's say, to act or to want to do anything. She included him, and everybody got a chance to see how wonderful he is, because look, now he's known for being on stage, and that's one of the things that he likes to do. So I would think it's more about just breaking the barrier of thinking that your child is different enough to kind of gatekeep them. I think it's more about just including them in anything that you can see. Build on their strengths. As you say, we build on their strengths every day, but put them in things where they get to interact with people, where people get to understand that they are people too. And you just have to know how to deal with them, I think.
This is why I like this girl here. Great answer. Yeah. I was actually, she stole my answer, but I will, I will try to answer it a bit. Yeah, just to highlight exactly what Kishma said, it's really, as a parent, I'm looking this way a little bit because I can see some of them. Just know, you will know, the mom instinct or the dad instinct will kick in. You will know what your child is into, what they're interested in, and just focus on that. Like, channel it as best as you can. For example, my daughter right now, she's into music. She wants to learn to play the piano, I guess. I live West End. Don Man is in East End. Every Friday afternoon, I drive the entire island, the length of the island, to get her to music class, because what I've seen in just 3 music lessons, my daughter may not be reading at grade level, but she is reading music notes, and she can play the piano already. She's already on her way. So it's not about, you know, discovering a savant or, you know, because that whole thing about they're all exceptional and they're great and all, it's not always the case. But when you find that thing, you channel it and you encourage it and you keep pushing, because that's what you have to do as a parent. You have to be your child's biggest advocate, and everyone else will fall in line behind you.
So I want to go back to the previous question with putting things in place. And for those kids that have siblings, should we put that expectations on their siblings to take care of them, make them aware? My 2 kids, one with ADHD and the one with autism, they have this bond Daddy and I just don't understand. They just need to be with each other. And we have in the past, and I see you all shook your head and said no, but we did see in the past to Aliyah, should mommy and daddy not be around, you know, you need to help mommy and daddy out with Zany, because Zany has autism and he needs your support. But you all just said no. So, because in my head, I'm thinking maybe siblings, aunties might be the best for them. So maybe your guidance.
Okay,
Well,
so So as a sibling, I'll say you shouldn't put the expectation on them. It's a choice because you never know where they want to be in life. But my parents didn't ask me. I already had it in my head. It's just me and my brother. It's just us two, and I'll be there for him no matter what. I know that. But everybody might not have the same relationship or expectation or desire to do so. So you have to ask these questions because if they didn't have a sibling and they go by an aunt, you would have to ask the aunt. So you should also ask the sibling if that's something they want to do because they may not have the capability or understanding to do so, but that comes with time. But ask them. Don't automatically expect that's something they want to do. People are different. So my brother was my inspiration for my career choice. I got into special education because of him. And I have no problem saying he'd be in my life forever. If I have to take care of him, live in the same house with him, I'll do that. But that's not for everyone because it's a lot of hard work. You have to want to do it, especially if you have a choice. So everyone should have a choice. Well, outside of the parents, nobody chooses this life. But when you're a sibling or an aunt or uncle and the parent comes to you, they should have a choice. So that comes with the life planning and that comes with teaching them, bringing them alongside the journey. Don't just focus all on one kid or the other. You raise your family together and then hopefully they'd be interested in being there for their sibling.
Well, in my response, when I found out about Terrell, he was 5, his brother was 7. So as you stated, it's something that you have to want to do it. So his brother, it's automatic for his brother to want to care for for Terrell. So, and that's, how you ask it is, should you instill the responsibility? I don't think you should have to do that. The love and care is going to be automatic for them to want to care for their sibling who they realize is different from them.
What is the one thing that you would like parents of non-neurodivergent children to know to assist you and your child in their journey?
I have a lot, but I'll let the others talk.
Just one, just one.
What is the one thing we would like parents of non-neurodivergent kids to know? Yeah.
Well, one thing that parents should know is cooperation for you, the parent that have that child, and should not look at you as like some parents might say, oh, that child is spoiled. You don't know what is wrong with the child, but then you're labeling the mother, the parent of that child with that, saying that the child is spoiled, but you don't know what's happening. And maybe sometimes that parent had enough from dealing. Like one time I was at the airport and a child was acting up, rolling on the ground, doing everything that you think of. And the parent sit there and she's like, then the officer came to her and asked why the child is doing that. And she says, I had enough. He is autistic. So they took the child and helped her out. So I want parents to see that we need help instead of being criticized. Find out what you can do to help. Because it's not easy if you're looking in.
To mirror her comments slightly, have an open mind. We don't live in a bubble. We don't live in silos. We live in a world with all kinds of people. And when you teach your children that, kindness will extend automatically through school, through their interactions with everybody else, with neurodivergent children. So it doesn't have to be this thing. And I talk about this all the time. It'll be amazing when it just is. Children are just children. We just registering them for school. It doesn't matter what they're coming with. But I feel it has to start in the home. And we have to start with an open mind. And when we teach our children kindness, it extends, and they then become champions for their friends. And I've seen that in real life. So that would be my message to parents of neurotypical children.
I have a question again. I work with adults with disability. Children grow up and they become adults. They don't remain children all their lives. Would you encourage, because of the program I work in, these are the conversations we have with our clients, would you encourage your child to form relationships? If they come to you and tell you, your sibling or your child, to form relationships with the opposite sex, if they come and say to you that they're interested in Terrell or John or Mary or Jane, would you encourage that as a parent of a child who has a disability? Because they do talk. People think that they just they talk. And they talk about everything from sex, comes straight down the line, masturbation, they do talk. They know what's going on within their bodies. So would that?
My instinct is no. She's only 12, but yes, she's gonna grow up and relationships, and I'm not ready for this conversation, sorry.
Well,
I would approach it the same way you would any other child growing into an adult. You have the same conversation, the birds and the bees, about your body. If you're a girl, you talk about the period. If you're a boy, you talk about the hormones and masturbation and all of that. You have those conversations, and if they show interest, you treat it the same way. Who is this person? Can I meet them? What do you like about them? Because they're still humans. They're no different from you and I. So you have the conversation with them that you would your neurotypical child or neurotypical adult, and you prepare them for the real world. You prepare them for rejection. You prepare them for how to be a gentleman, how to be a young lady. You have those same conversations because it's no different.
Well, for me, there you're talking about dating. I will allow that as long as the parent of the next person, a boy or a girl, whoever agrees. I think this should be between the two parents or the caregiver for these children, so that we will be the guide. So if they need to go somewhere, like maybe to the cinema or something, maybe a parent or some relative go with them and guide them because they have feelings. Alicia, my son says, from what he's looking at, after 21, you should not be living with your parents. So he's going to move out from me when he reaches 21. So I know he has feelings for a girlfriend, and I will encourage that if the person with the girl will encourage that, and we parent them along the relationship because they have that feeling.
It's up to them, but I would take special care because these children in general, they do have a challenge with relationships. So, and they have a challenge picking up on cues. They might not know if someone is mistreating them. I have to tell you, no, that person shouldn't do that to you. That is them mistreating you. So there's some children who would be like, this person is doing something so bad to them, and they don't even realize it. That's my friend. I said, okay, you want that to be your friend, but you need to say that they should not do that to you. Things like that. So I would take special care in general just because they do have a challenge with relationships, picking up on social cues, things like that.
Our response would be, it would be okay for me. Yeah, Terrell is 25, so, but then again, as this young lady stated, you have to have guidance for them, you know, in case like, again, as she said, people taking advantage. But Terrell is an adult, so he has to make a decision as well for himself as an adult and as a human.
Okay, I'll have the conversation now. Because yes, she is talking about liking people. I guess that's all very sound advice. I probably would extend the same care I did with play dates and, meeting with other parents and just saying, look, these are some things to expect. There's a bit of education that will have to go into understanding what it's like to date a neurodivergent person. But yeah, I absolutely worry about the taking advantage thing, and because Anise has a big heart and she will give and give and give and give. So I don't want her to be taken advantage of. But yeah, they have to grow up. They have to have relationships. And a big part of this work that we're putting in right now is to equip them to live in the world independently. And part of that independence is forming other relationships outside of the ones they have with us. So we have to equip them for that. And it extends to the family planning thing that Katani and Candice were just talking about. When we're no longer around, someone else will need to be there with them. So yeah, it's a good thing.
Good afternoon. I have a question, and it's more along the lines of the previous question that he had, where you guys are asking for support, persons to be patient, whole 9 yards. One thing I have a concern with is that, like in my case, we do children's ministry at the church. So persons would bring their kids and then they will go to the service and leave them with us. The issue I'm experiencing is persons might bring their children and don't tell us at all this child is autistic. So when the child starts to act up, as anybody would do, the first thing is like, why this parent don't discipline this child? And then it's later on now, you come and they say, oh, the child is autistic. I'm like, that's the first thing you should have said to us who's trying to give you that support. So I don't know what happens or what the situation is, but I find a lot of the parents know they won't explain or tell you this is what you're going to have to deal with. This is what you need to be paying attention to. This is what. So it's like I'm hearing you guys crying out, help us. But then I have those that don't want to even tell you. So you are at a loss trying to assist, and you end up, throwing up your hands. But if you had said something at the beginning, then we'll know to deal with it slightly differently. And that I have a problem with.
I absolutely agree with you. That is a big challenge I face personally with Lemonade, with parents, just in general. We have a responsibility. You're absolutely right. We have a responsibility to stop hiding, to stop pretending, to stop, surprising people with this, because that is something important to say. Just as if your child has sickle cell or they're asthmatic, or I'm not saying autism or Down syndrome is a disease, but there are things that require special attention. And so as a parent, we have a duty to our children, more so than to the people that are taking care of them. Give our children that opportunity to get the best care they'll have when we're not around. And I know I'm speaking to the choir, talking to you, but I'm talking to the camera to let the parents out there know that, you have a responsibility to help the helpers, okay? We can't ask for help and not do our part. We have to meet them halfway. And I'm not saying that there's anything, like you have to give your whole life story or something, right? But there are easy ways to do this. You can do a parental assessment, which is something that we do as well. I'm going to plug this because this is something we help parents with in Lemonade. create a small dossier, a 1-page or a 2-page document that gives the highlights of things. If there's a loud noise, this is how my child will react. This is what you do. If there's a smell, if the temperature is too hot, there are ways to communicate effectively, and you can write it down so you remember. Put it on that piece of paper and walk with it whenever you go somewhere, and give it to that person before you walk away. But you owe them that much. I see we're out of time, and it's lunchtime now, and I think the food is ready. So I know there are more questions, but we're going to continue this afternoon. But let's go enjoy the food that's been prepared for us, and we'll be back in 45 minutes. All right? Thank you for your time.
spectacular take on adapting to new challenges while living with autism.
My name is Pierce McKay, and I'm 24 years old, and I'm autistic.
When Pierce was diagnosed with autism, it was good to finally have a diagnosis, and then at the same time, you have this idea of what they're going to be like when they grow up, and it changed a lot with that diagnosis. When Pierce was younger, there was still a lot of misconceptions. One is that they're not social. Pierce is a very social person. He loves being with people. We knew that Pierce's autism was a little more serious than we at first thought when he went missing one day when he was 12 years old. He was on his bike riding laps around the house, and then I walked outside and saw that he was just gone. We had to call 911. Eventually, he was found riding his bike on I-65. It's okay. Were you thinking about being on your bike? He'd never wandered away from the house before, so it was terrifying. In 2020, Pierce was finishing the transition program at Brentwood High School, working on life skills, and had gotten him into a job.
I clean the tables in Williamson Medical Center.
What other jobs did you do when you were at Brentwood High School?
I worked at PetSmart.
Mm-hmm. Where else did you work?
I worked at TJ Maxx. I worked on shoes. I worked on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday.
What do you do with the shoes?
It's in bins.
Do you sort them?
Yeah, sort. Yeah, sort them.
March of 2020 rolled around and school shut down, and he had to quit his job. So suddenly he has nowhere to go, nothing to do all day. He's sitting at home. His routine is completely interrupted, and we didn't know how to find him a job without that school resource. And so we looked into government programs, and they were suffering from the pandemic too. I haven't heard a lot of coverage for families that have people with disabilities and how they were affected by the pandemic. I know that we aren't alone. I know that there were so many other families that were impacted in ways that the general public were not. I hope that Pierce is able to stay in a steady job and be able to live in maybe a group situation with some roommates. It would be great if he was able to gain a little more independence. My name is Melissa McKay.
And my name is Pierce McKay.
And this is our brief but spectacular take on living with autism.
Wow, Pierce McKay, we are so proud of you and proud of your mom, Melissa. Thank you for sharing your story with us, and we hope we all learn lessons from what happened. And we can watch more brief but spectacular videos online at pbs.org/newshour/brief. And be sure
Hello. Hello.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed the delicious meal that was prepared for us. No? All right. So we're going to start this afternoon with a we're gonna shift some things around in our schedule this afternoon. We're rolling with it, right? We have today on stage with me from Therapy Works, a physical therapist called Sandy, And I will have him tell us a bit about the services available at Therapy Works and how you help our children.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandy C. Have you ever been to a Sandy C? No, just kidding. All right. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this event for giving us an opportunity to talk about just a little, a short time to give you some insight on what we do as a physiotherapist to help our autism patient and patient who has Down syndrome. I really don't know where to start because I just got.
Well, no problem. Maybe I can jump in there. So, when we have children on the spectrum or with Down syndrome, there's certain very common things like fine motor skills and gross motor skills. Some of them are underdeveloped. What are some of those techniques you use to help those children develop those skills, especially as it relates to being able to exist in school, like sit for a little bit, with the neck muscles and things like that?
Oh, all right. Thank you for that. So this reminds me of my patient way back in the Philippines, 5 years ago. So I work in a non-government organization. The clinic name is Saint Joseph Physical Therapy and Occupational Saint Joseph Physical and Occupational Therapy Clinic. So this clinic is again non-government organization. It's located in a poor area in the Philippines. So we cater all walks of life. Patients from all walks of life there, from pediatric to geriatric patients. So for the pediatric patient, we are catering patient who has developmental delay, patient who has Down syndrome. So I had this patient, 2 years old boy. Since the parents of this boy cannot afford to do therapy, they went to our clinic. So what happened is that the parents, they didn't know what will be the progression of the patient, what will happen in the future. So we give them we advise them on what to do with the patient. So they didn't know that. So if you have a Down syndrome, so it's yes. We did an assessment, of course. So we had an assessment with the patient, and usually if the patient has a Down syndrome, they're prone to dislocate their C2, the cervical, upper cervical spine. So we teach them, the parents to do on how to prevent the injury. Yes. So yes, prevention. So the parents were very happy that we give them yes, advice and on what to do with the patient. So there. And regarding your question, so for exercises, I really cannot tell you what to do with the patient because we really need to assess the patient. If I tell you this is the exercise that you need to do, probably you might do it and that will just end up aggravate the condition of the patient. So it is really best to get the patient a real face-to-face assessment. So I really invite or encourage you to, if you have loved ones or a family or relatives, please have them checked by a professional. So I'm inviting you to come and visit Therapy Works so that we can give them the proper management for their cases.
Wonderful. And so how do you find it is working with children versus adults?
Actually, it's really tiring because they're really delicate, so you really need to hold them properly. So it's really tiring compared to treating an adult patient. So there, it's really tiring treating pediatric patients.
They make you work really hard.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you really like need to be a comedian, clown, because you know their attention.
Yes, yes. Keep them interested because this is work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's treated as an actual work. Okay, so oftentimes, we're very grateful to have the service on island now. Some of you would have heard us talk about in the past the importance of having speech, PT, OT for our neurodivergent children. So it's important that these services are always made available. What advice would you give to young people out there who are thinking about getting into your profession? What would you like to share with them today?
First of all, you really need to think 1,000 times if you really want to become a physiotherapist, because being a physiotherapist is not a easy job. Like again, we are going to deal with all walks of life of patient, from pediatric to geriatric, and you really need to be flexible, and you really need to be a people person. Like you can Hello, yes. So like you really need to penetrate the patient, get to know them, not just like when you see them and then, oh, this is what you need to do this exercise. No, you really need to know them so that, yeah, you need, I have a coach here, sorry. So yeah, you really need to know them so that you'll get along, and he will do the exercise because he knows that, or he or she knows that you're really engaged to her overall well-being. So there.
Amazing. So it sounds like it feels like it's on a very rewarding career. Yeah? What is that like?
Well, it's really rewarding. So, as I've told you a while ago, the 2-year-old boy. So when you see them that they're able to like move around, they know how to move safely. Unlike before, they were like walking with a slouch position, and that will like just aggravate the condition if they didn't know that it's an improper posture. But since they already know, or the parents already teach their kid on how to position themselves properly. So there, and also regarding how rewarding it is, when I get here, so I have this patient. He's a stroke patient. I handled him just for like 2 weeks. He cannot walk on his own, but just after 2 weeks of our session, he was able to walk. And then after 3 months, when I was driving at Seacoast Bay, I saw him driving a truck, and then I took a video of him, and I said, I put it in my in my stories, and I was like, I'm really proud that he was able to go back to his profession as a truck driver, doing his job again. Because when I first saw him, I went to his house, actually. He's lying on his bed. I do home visit, by the way. So I saw him the first time, and he was just lying on his bed, really cannot move. And then, after 3 months, he was driving his truck. So that was really rewarding.
Sounds that way, yeah. Amazing. And so then, what advice you give to parents then, and the importance of getting started as soon as they get that advice that they should do physio, and to encourage the child to keep coming, because I'm sure there'll be resistance. They don't want to go. What advice do you have for those parents out there in terms of consistency in therapy?
For the parents, first of all, we need to give them all the love that we have, like pour all the love for your children. They really need that. Not just understanding, it should be really love, because if you give your 200% love for your child, it will just, everything will just follow. The consistency for the treatment, the adherence for the treatment, all that will just follow. Just give your 100% love for your children. So there.
Thank you. So important, right? Well, any parting advice you'd like to leave with us before we go?
I think for the parting advice, I'll let that I'll let that to our Secretary Chelsea. This is your time, girl. You put me on this spot. Right, for the parting time, I'll have Chelsea do that.
He said secretary. I'm actually the administrative supervisor. Hello, everyone. I'm Chelsea Jackson. As I mentioned before, I'm the administrative supervisor and director of special projects at Therapy Works. I just want to kind of bounce off of what Sandy was saying. I don't know if Dr. Smith would be happy if I say this, but we're actually working on a program where we want to support children and their therapy from an early age. So hopefully in the coming months, we get to announce that so that we could be somewhat of a foundation for kids, especially those with Down syndrome and autism. We specialize in a number of things. We do up to pool therapy. So we have aquatic therapy. We have dry needling, cupping. Cupping is like, I'm sure you've seen like the persons with like the little spots on their back, the red spots from, it's like heat. So you apply heat to the skin for like tension and so forth. So feel free to come on down, see us. We moved from the Pear Park. We're now in Hannah's estate. And like I mentioned, it doesn't matter the age. Therapy can start as young as a few days old. So it's important to get started as early as possible. I know with NHI, they cover 15 sessions per year, but we have self-paid deductions that work for like long-term patients, because these kids, they're not going to get treated in a day or a month or a year. It's going to take time. And of course, you have to do your own home stuff, so that is important as well. When you leave the therapy session, it doesn't end there. It continues at home with the family as well.
Wow, thank you. So do you have any advice for the parents, especially when they're at home following up with those therapy sessions? Either of you?
Just do your homework. Homework isn't just for school, it's for therapy as well. So when you leave, pay attention to what the therapist is saying. We encourage the parents to come with the children. You can sign off that they can be treated on their own, but we do encourage them to come, be a part of the therapy session, so that when the child gets home, it's not, okay, we're done with that. It's over with until you go back to Therapy Works next Thursday. It has to continue at home for it to perfect, for it to get better. So I'm just gonna say, keep doing it, do your thing. It doesn't end when you leave the therapy session.
Wonderful, thank you. Truer words haven't been spoken. Let's thank Sandy and Chelsea for being here.
Thank you.
And they're gonna be around for a bit, so you can always reach out to them and ask them some questions if you like. All right, next up we're gonna have our next panel. I see them approaching without me even having to say, because they're just, come on up, just have a seat. Okay, so you've met Crystal earlier, and she did an amazing job telling us about Down syndrome. We have two additional persons joining her on stage here. We have Victoria Guillos. She is also from the Resource Center at Cedar School, and she basically spearheads the whole thing in a nutshell. And she's also a dear friend and a really good person to speak to when you have concerns about neurodivergence with your child. And then we've got Afia Turnbull Smith, our special education officer. I think it's called something different now, but let's go with that. Yes, yes. And she works at the Ministry of Education, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is our own person in the ministry, okay? And she's been doing amazing work with her team, and you would have seen some of her tools and toys over there that we use as learning equipment. So what I will have them do with you this afternoon is to give you a bit of look ahead now as to what we have available in the BVI in terms of service and what we have coming up in terms of initiatives with the ministry. So I will let you go ahead. Okay, we will start with Ms. Smith. Mrs. Smith.
Good afternoon, everybody. So like Simone said, I am Mrs. Smith, an education officer in the Ministry of Education for Special Education, now rebranded Exceptional Education, which captures all our students. So in the Ministry of Education, we service students from the ages of 5 to 17, and that's all students. In our public sector, we have schools on every island, so it's not just our main island, so we service all our schools. When it comes to exceptional education, we have special education teachers trained across every school, every island, including secondary, so we cover the whole gamut. And over the last 5 years since I've been in the ministry, we have been adding extra supporting hands to assist in the various areas of special education. And so we are constantly evolving and constantly thriving along. We don't have all the public resources when it comes to speech, OT, and so forth. We rely a little bit on our private partners to assist us at the moment, but we are still seeking some public persons to join the fraternity. So if you, my little shameless plug, if you know of anyone that has background in speech and psychologists, we are seeking out some persons. And we are also seeking some more hands when it comes to special education. Now, I like to tell persons this area starts with not just the training, but just a heart for the population. Once your heart is in the right place, once your motives are there, once you are willing to learn, that's a start. Because like all the parents have said earlier, you know, some of us who don't walk the walk, it's hard to kind of put ourselves in your shoes from time to time. But because we see the child as a person and not what they can't do, our heart leans to more of supporting and going the extra to support them. So I would say all of the supporting arms in education, our heart is there to support all the children. Now, within education, we have also added other arms and pathways. So we know that not every child goes on the same trajectory through the system. And because of that, we still see that they're capable of success. But success would look different with me and with you. So we have created different ways of success for our students. Is it perfect? Of course not. But we have seen the positives of that. At the secondary level, we've created pathways. So not every child would be on the same projection to graduating, but they would have something that tailored to their needs to at least give them that success and exit with their peers. At the primary level, we have pathways again. We do have IEPs in our system. We have individual plans. Our teachers are versed and well enough, trained. We constantly train them. everything looks different year after year. So something shows up or someone shows up, and it's the first time we're seeing it, and we have to start again. But we do our best to cater to our students. We are also in a rebranding phase. So just a plug for our as special ed school. We are reshuffling some things. So come September, things will look different again. Because we're seeing that just like, I think it was Jaquan's mother who said the abilities of the children sometimes are not seen. We're trying to promote more partial inclusion for all our students. So there may be pathways where they can transition out, in, bounce around, and still get the success that they need, because there's no one space that has all that every child needs at the moment. And we do have our early years, which we support in conjunction with Disability Services, Autism Center, who's a great partner with us. So interagencies connect when it comes to government. We try our best to connect our services, because just like they're limited, we are limited, but two hands together, we make it work a little better. So they help us with the early identification, the early years, and preparing us for what's to come. So with their early intervention program, it helps the children transition in whichever pathway a little bit seamlessly. One thing that we're still advocating for, and I'm always grateful for Simone, is more parental push. Now, parents are in the room, and those who are not parents, but supportive, we encourage you to be the voice for your child. We know our culture is we just want them in school. Whatever the school looks like, we just want them in a school, but wanting them in a school is only leg one. There's a partnership that still has to go through all their years of schooling and after. So we encourage you to continuously be present, continuously advocate. Do we have it all together? No. Do we have all that we need? No. But if we work together, we see the success of our students. And I'm always proud of my students when I see them in the next level of life and have transitioned out of the education sphere with some sort of skill or knowledge. So we have students who have graduated from high school. We have students who are employed and have gotten some jobs because of our work programs that we've attached to our different tracks now. So we've seen some successes, and we just want to make it a little bit louder so that other parents can see that there is a light at the end of this long educational journey. Now, there may be some who we may have missed along the way, and things may not have been gone the way that you wanted it or may have wanted for the child, but every step is an open door for another child to progress where we have made our errors. So that's just where we are in education. Policies are coming, so I'm going to be calling on some parents to sit around a table with me to finalize our education policy for special education. Long overdue, but it's in its final leg, because we want to make sure that your input is there, maybe not for your child now, but for the next generation of students who will be coming. I think that's it for me right now.
Wow. Thank you. More progress is happening. And, well, I think I will ask Victoria to tell us a bit about we're doing it in stages. We're doing with education, we do what's going to happen in school, and then Crystal is going to tell us what happens after school. Okay, so take it away, Victoria. What are some of those strategies and implementations you guys are benefiting from, or our students are benefiting from?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I hope everyone got the opportunity to look at the resource tables because, as you can see, we have a lot more resources in the community now. We've got some private partnerships. We've got the Wellness Center. Dr. Turnbull's up there. He's going to talk in a bit. Therapy Works. Thank you for coming along. We also have occupational therapy. We have speech and language therapists. So the resources are there. as Ms. Smith said, you are the best advocates as parents and getting those access to those resources. We're super excited to have everybody here. The last Lemonade Symposium, we had a lot of educators, and that kind of gave us a bit of a kick. Come on, what extra can we build from this momentum? And Ms. Smith partnered with us, and we've managed to put together some workshops for the educators in the BVI since then. We've done a deeper dive into attention deficit, and you know, I'm just so pleased that so many educators want to keep learning, and not just that, but come along and share their resources and their ideas and their stories. You know, we're just finishing now. We're going on Easter break, so we've got 2 weeks coming up, and all the teachers will tell you they were tired, they were ready for the break, but they will still take their time. They'll take their Saturdays to come along to symposiums like this, you know. We had schools from Virgin Gorda join us, which was super exciting. So it's a case of sharing resources, sharing information, taking advantage of those opportunities. Small islands, but lots and lots of happenings and great potentials. You'll hear more about the Equine program in a bit. You know, all these resources. So just keep going. I know it's hard, I know it's tiring, it's exhausting, all the rest of it. I'm trying to sit up straight because therapy works are in the house, you know. But just keep doing what you're doing, you know. Thank you for being here. You're advocating for the children in the community. We can't ask more than that.
Thank you. And now I know Crystal touched on some of her initiatives earlier, but if you can just, you know, in a nutshell, just kind of bring it back together for us. Just remind us of those initiatives that are available once the school process is over, and then we get into the adult services.
Okay. So again, I work at Disability Services, and we're missing something though, because we're not just adults. We also, from the beginning all the way to the end. So these children, these adults, these people, they are our responsibility throughout the whole lifespan. That's the way that I look at it. How do we provide that support through every stage? And so, as Mrs. Smith said, we do partner in that middle period where they get a lot of those support services from the education department. But prior to that, we have our early intervention program. And so our early intervention program is really geared towards children who are between the ages of 0 and 8, and they may be displaying different developmental delays. And so what we try to do, because we spoke earlier about developing those fine-motor skills, maybe they might have a delay in language development, maybe, you know, they have gross motor difficulties and these type of things. What we try to do then is to help them to meet those milestones. So we would say, okay, baby is 6, baby needs to be rolling over, sitting on, or these are the things that we generally expect to see. At 1, we expect to see walking. At 2, we expect to see potty training. So this is not happening. How do we intervene and assist these children in meeting those milestones so that now when they go to education, they have the skills to build upon? So we start with our early intervention program. And then we have our autism program, and we have been trying to make it a more diverse set of services and not just limited to children who have autism spectrum disorders, because there are many neurodevelopmental disorders, and, you know, all of these individuals require some level of support, or maybe not all, but all the different disabilities, right? And so through that program, we basically focus on similar areas, you know, that cognitive development, social development, emotional development. And we as well are limited in our capacity, and so we partner with different agencies, whether it be education, whether it be the private companies. We just try to be that person, the case manager, that is ensuring that all the different areas of need are being met. So then after school, right, these individuals will have to transition into adulthood. So one of the areas that I am interested in is how do we develop support services around that transition from adolescence into adulthood. It's not happening yet, but it's coming. So at our adult services, I mentioned earlier we have a day program. And in our day program, individuals would come daily, of course, and they will be exposed to learning different life skills, different vocational skills, maybe some cognitive developments, getting some work attachments, because we're really trying to get them as integrated into society as possible. So we, like I mentioned before, we have our job placement program along with that. Outside of that, disability services also provides other types of support services because we also support individuals in the community that might have disabilities. They might not come to our programs, but they might have a disability and need assistance. And one of the things that maybe 2 months, 3 months now, we've actually been started having sessions with adult that's, attending tertiary education to try and help them to integrate and have success. So we're doing different things, and we're trying to develop different programs so that we can be supportive as possible. As Mrs. Smith mentioned, policy and legislation is always a very, very important and key part of supporting what we do. And so there are some gaps in that area, but that is also an area that we're looking towards developing. I won't say what the progress is on that, but we are looking towards developing those things. As well, this year, we are hopefully going to be having some family support groups starting. And in addition to that, we're trying to re-establish our early intervention whole coordinating team and what that's going to look like. We're doing a little revamp of our job placement program and how those vocational services are going to look. With our adult clients, we're working towards getting all of them to have an individual plan because they don't have like an actual plan right now. So we're working towards developing those plans so that we can help them to attain as much success as possible.
Amazing. Sounds like lots are happening, right? But guess what? There's even a cherry on top, and she's just arrived. In addition to education and school support and social services and all this amazing stuff, we also have an equine program running through Lemonade, and we got with us today lovely Ashley Harrell. She is the ranch manager at Aerial Recovery. And she's going to tell us a little bit about that program and the strides we've been making with our children and adults in the program. Don't tell them too much about me. Go ahead.
All the secrets, no. Thank you guys. Scooting in here at the last minute, so I really appreciate having some time. I was on the ranch this morning doing some amazing work, so hopping between everything very fast. We do some amazing work over on Buck Island. As Simone graciously said, I'm the ranch manager with Redemption Ranch. And we have a herd of rescue horses. I'm certified in equine assisted coaching and development. We do some therapeutic riding. I don't like calling myself a therapist because I don't have those credentials. My horses are the therapists. I'm just a really great interpreter and facilitator between that. We've been working with Lemonade now for almost a year. We started mid-2024, and we see these families every first and third Saturday, God willing. And it's absolutely the highlight of my week is watching the transformation between not just the children that come visit us, but also their caregivers. I believe that the ranch is a space that you're allowed to be whoever you want to be. And there's no judgment or agenda of what we need to get done. We're just hoping that people leave a little bit more sure of themselves, a little bit more confident, being able to find their voice a little bit better, and being able to walk a little taller at the end of the day. A lot of people ask me, like, well, how do you know? What are the markers? And I mean, my markers aren't going to be the same as your markers, so I don't think that's very fair. So it's just seeing those little growths, whether it's a kid that's generally low verbal or nonverbal, being able to speak a little bit more confidently, or a parent being able to breathe a little deeper and let go a little more and watch their kid explore. It's just really beautiful work, and we hope to bring in more and more families. The ranch is absolutely open to the public, whether it's through these healing programs or you can come get kisses from our zebras. It's just really beautiful work we're doing, and I am so honored and blessed to be a part of this stage today.
Amazing. Well, let's give it up for these amazing ladies on stage here and the work they continue to do to help support our families. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the encouragement. I know it's tough, but you keep us going. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, before you go, sorry. Are there any questions from the audience? Come on.
There's no bad questions, just the ones you don't ask.
There's a question out there. They're just being shy.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is my second time attending this symposium, and I really, really appreciate what all of you are doing in terms of assisting our young men and young women with autism and Down syndrome. My question is, anyone can answer. We have all the resources on top of this stage right now. What measures can be put in place for those who want to live independently? Because at some point in time, you have high-functioning autism and Down syndrome persons. They may want to be independent. So we have to look at putting measures in place for them to become independent. So what measures or maybe ideas that are there when we have those who say, well, I think I can function and live on my own. You understand? So whoever can answer, it can be you, it can be any one of them. Thank you.
I'll put myself on the spot since I rolled in really late, and then I'll pass the microphone down. I think measures are to start, as I work with kids, it's starting them with the confidence that they can and the ability to ask for help when you need it. I think help has become such a dirty word, and people are so afraid to just ask. I would challenge everybody to ask yourself, if you had somebody struggling, would you want them to ask you for help? And I'm sure everybody, yes, I want my friends to ask me for help, but we never give each other grace. So when I work with the kids, that's a giant one. I do not step in if I see them struggling. They learn to turn around and go, Miss Ashley, help. And then they get the help. So I think just starting them young, building the confidence, asking for help, practicing those fine and gross motor skills, practicing the balance. But for me, it's telling them that the help is okay and it's there.
I don't have a definite answer, but what I would suggest or think could be possible is similar to work. Just like every layer of society, we're pushing a barrier. I know the work employment is a bit still rocky and shaky, but we are making strides there. So my ideal approach may be at least start with a landlord, one landlord. Everything starts with one. So start with one landlord, have a conversation, discourse. Okay, can you earmark one apartment for a child or adult with neurodiverse abilities? And we will support you in terms of ensuring that they are on time with their rent, or, we still have to teach the skills. So it's a partnership with a lot of moving parts. So parents have to ensure the skills of independent living are there, as well as from the school front, as well as from the social front, so that the child now, like you said, we do have the higher functioning population. So those who are ready, they tell you all the time, I want to be independent. I don't want to be living with my mother. I want a job. I want this. And we just have to give them as much tools as they can get and show them, like my friend said, that it's okay when you're unsure that you can ask for help. So it's giving them empowering them from even from when they're as little, when they're going through school, you know, this dependency on somebody all the time, not being able to ask for yourself and say, well, I need accommodations, or I need extra time, I'm a bit overwhelmed, can I take a break? Just starting them in that frame of mind of vocalizing their needs and their wants. So by the time they get to adulthood and they're ready to step off into independent living, it's not that you just leave them and let them go, but you let them know we're here if you have a fallback. But I would start with that one location and use it as a pathway to show others, because we live in a broad society. Not everybody is ready to take in a tenant who may be neurodiverse. But then we might find that one who is say they're willing to earmark one of their properties and say, okay, this is for this child. Once you can help me and we can work together, and that would show the rest of the territory that we're moving in another direction. So I always believe in starting with the one.
Beautiful. This is where great ideas are born, ladies and gentlemen. Crystal?
Okay, so in response to a question about what is available, I would say, similar to what Mrs. Smith is saying, basically what we're doing right now is more so on a as-needs basis. We're starting with one, we're trying to get there. But there are, when you ask what's in place, we do have a job placement program. We do have people who might need a little extra assistance, and then we plan around how we can support that. But I think, you know, we need actual programs developed like in a long term. So I have a lot of suggestions, but what is available is sort of limited. So the system is more so responding as things happen, but the system generally needs to be more responsive when it comes to areas like employment, when it comes to things like housing, financial support, and all of these things. So we really need to think about how we develop those systems. I know for our adult services, like I said, we're trying to do individual plans, and I said we probably need to have like different levels of support, different tiers for like if you need this type of support, this person probably can be fully independent after we do XYZ interventions. This person might probably need partial assistance. This person might need long-term assistance. And so we're trying to develop our programs around having the systems in place where it's like, you know, you follow this path to assist. And like Mrs. Smith was also saying with the education system, it's not like, oh, well, you're on this path so you can jump up. But, you know, we have a trajectory that we're trying to follow, and we have a system that's more responsive and has opportunities available.
Thank you. I'm curious, though. What are some of these? You know what I'm going to ask you next, right? What are some of these ideas you have? If you're comfortable sharing one of them with us, I would love to hear where your head is at.
I have a lot of ideas.
Well, just one. You know.
Like, when it comes to employment, we could have different types of like legislative frameworks, whether it be employers who are giving us subsidiary for assisting individuals, whether it be you implement quotas, like each organization has to have a certain number of people represented, all of those type of considerations.
She's thinking, right, yeah, I like that.
And then having the support, the accommodations, and the accessibilities in place. So that comes also with us now having the training available to the employers so that they know how to support, and also having the mechanisms in place to monitor and ensure that we are regulating that these things are actually happening.
Yeah, and the laws and procedures in place to protect them when these things are happening. I'm gonna I know we're at time, but I'm just gonna plug one thing. This is an idea we've been floating. I'm gonna share a personal thing now.
Supposed to stay a secret? Okay, go ahead. I don't know.
Well, we're talking about a service that happens that seems to be very common elsewhere, but it's not something that's happening here yet. And I've opened up myself, my home, and my daughter to the possibility of, is it okay?
Yeah, sure. Piloting.
The possibility of the social development department, yes, coming into my home and equipping me with the tools I need to continue the support she's getting at school, the services, wherever it is we are, because they can assess the living environment and offer suggestions on how else I can upskill what I'm doing. And I think that's amazing. We were brainstorming one of those.
Yes. So in-home services and also things like respite care, things that are on our radar. But again, I have a very small team. And like Mrs. Smith said, you know, we get all this work done because of how big our hearts are, but it's still a small number of us. So we have to take one step at a time, but we are trying.
Baby steps, absolutely. Thank you so much for your time, ladies. We do appreciate you. All right, moving right along. We have our final panel discussion. It's sort of a session, a real talk conversation we're going to be having with two individuals that one is no stranger to the stage in the BVI, but if you've been with Lemonade for some time, you will also be very familiar with Cathy. So we have Dr. Cathy McLain and Dr. Michael Turnbull. They're educational psychologists and clinical psychologists, respectively. You can see their bio details. Please let's welcome them to the stage. These two mischief makers already, they've started. All right, welcome. I've titled this particular segment Real Talk. I know whenever I have conversations with these two, I get the real deal. So today we're gonna talk a bit about those things that we don't often feel comfortable talking about when it comes to neurodivergence. Things like getting assessments done, things like calling someone disabled, things like what constitutes the appropriate language, things like that. So I don't know, Cathy, perhaps you can start a bit with a little bit of background on your experience with your program that you have running right now in the Republic of Georgia, and how you've been making strides and breaking down those barriers in terms of community awareness and getting momentum.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes? Okay, great. I'm Cathy McLain, and I'm a doctor of educational psychology. But I have a long history of working with survivors of sexual abuse, domestic violence. That was before I became what I am now. And then I worked as a school psychologist in Virginia. And then I worked overseas in different countries. My husband was a diplomat, and we ended up in the Republic of Georgia. And when I moved, I don't know if anybody knows where that is, but it's where the former Soviet Union, it's in what used to be the former Soviet Union. And when I arrived there 20 years ago, it's a very poor country, and a Peace Corps volunteer asked me to help work in his village. And when I arrived, there was like 100 people down the street holding their little kids like rag dolls because they heard a specialist of disabilities had come to town. And they thought I could give them the pill that would cure their child. And this is where I started. And children weren't allowed to go to school because they were too sad to look at, and they probably carried diseases. So that was 20 years ago, much further behind than BVI, believe me. And in that 20 years now, And we started our own nonprofit. Rezo Chinchaladze, who I brought, is sitting in the audience. He's one of the founders. My husband, who unfortunately passed away 5 years ago, was another founder, and myself. And we developed programs for evaluating children, for gathering parents. We started working, we normed the first IQ test in Georgia. Now we're doing 2 more tests. And we basically turned Georgia upside down when it came to disabilities. Now we have roving testing teams that go all over the country testing kids, and they write IEPs. I wouldn't say they're great IEPs, but there's something. And people are getting training, and so they're really doing pretty well job. In fact, some of you may remember a few years ago, I brought all my Georgian psychologists to BVI to help with training. So that's my background. So now what we do is we develop, I don't own anything. I don't have a school. I don't have anything I've invested in. All I do is give people so that they can take those tools and do what, develop a preschool or work with their child at home, or at least they have an education of what best practices are, what their rights are, all of that sort of thing.
Thank you. Dr. Mike, what about you? What's the genesis of your background in helping the neurodivergent?
Good afternoon to everyone. I want to, the persons that spoke before and everyone that's here, I see a lot of professionals that we partner with on a daily basis. So I'm a licensed clinical psychologist. I was licensed in Maryland in more than 10 years. It's a long time.
He's smarter than me.
And our specialty is children and families. We've moved back to, this December will be 10 years that we moved back to the BVI. And we've concentrated on starting a wellness center, on creating a place where people could live well, and being able to offer psychological tools to help a myriad of persons. I did a residency in Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital, where we were testing children from the NICU up until age 9. And we spent a lot of time, and that's where we got a lot of exposure to neurodiversity in terms of children, because we had children who were abandoned by their parents because they had a disability, having to test children as young as using tests that maybe a lot of people don't use it, the Bailey. Remember the Bailey? Yeah. The Bailey, you test kids from zero, from time they're born, you can start testing, and we did it as a team. And over the years, being able to partner with different professionals, especially professionals like Cathy, that work that we did, and being able to rub shoulders, because we did a lot of neurodiversity, but when it came to autism, that was something that I didn't personally branch into, but was forced into it, and got my first exposure, what was that, 8 years ago maybe, with the ADOS. And we now have a number of professionals that do that. So in a short sense, it's being able to create an environment, no matter where you are, no matter how your brain functions, that you're able to have success and change that for who you are and in your environment. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing stuff. All right, so let's jump right into the meat of it then, if you don't mind. Why should, from a clinical and an educational psychologist perspective, why should children get assessed? Why should children get assessments done? Why should they be assessed?
Okay. Well, from my point of view, when you have a child, let's say, who cannot read, do you know why that child cannot read? There's lots of reasons a child cannot read. He could have, maybe he has a low IQ and he can't read, he's doing the best he can. Maybe he has a learning disability and he could do a lot better in every other field, but for some reason his brain's not functioning when it comes to reading. Maybe he has vision problems. There's like a whole host of reasons why people can't read. So how are you going to know? You're just going to guess? No. You have to evaluate kids, and you want to look at what they're capable of, what they're actually doing. Like when I do evaluations, I do IQ tests, which really don't measure necessarily innate intelligence. It's a combination of innate and what you're exposed to. But it is a measurement anyway. And then I look at the educational system. Okay, so your child has an average IQ. What are they reading at? What are they doing math at? What are they doing writing at? What's their emotional state? Adaptive state, you know, can they make their bed, eat by themselves, that sort of thing. And I look at everything. And then it's like a puzzle. I'm sure Dr. Mike would say the same. That's one of the best parts about testing is figuring out the puzzle. And then you put all the pieces together and I could say, your child is having reading problems because she's dyslexic. She's really good at math and writing and she's capable of a lot. But we need to teach her in a special way to learn how to read. Or I might give you another diagnosis completely. But that testing is important, and there's another reason for the testing that most people forget. I need a starting point in September to know where your child is functioning, because at the next September, I want to see if your child's still functioning at the same level or have they gone higher. How am I going to prove that your program is actually working if I can't measure it somehow? So that's my 2 cents.
And to add to that, testing allows you to see your strengths and your lesser strengths. It's not just for somebody that has a disability. If testing was able to be mandatory in terms of not standardized testing, but psychological testing in terms of achievement, it would save a lot of people from perplexities and feeling like they're not successful at life. Testing allows you to see where you thrive at, areas that you may need to strengthen, but see your gifts and your talents. Because we have so many people, unfortunately, that used to go unnoticed. I think back when I was in school of how many people dropped out of school or left school because they said school wasn't for them. And now thinking back in my just piecing it together with their symptomology, they were either dyslexic or had ADHD in severe types. They may have had other types of neurological neurodivergent thinking that would have allowed them to be successful, but instead of just saying that, oh, I'm not good at school, well, school is not good at you. And so how do we now make school successful for you? And that way you use testing. And we have a big benefit here, and hopefully it continues, that unlike a lot of other countries, that you could get tested and it costs you less than $100 for a full battery. If you're able to do that. I mean, if you have insurance, it takes time, it takes effort. And I know sometimes parents, you're like, even me, so we had to have one of our eldest when she was younger tested for reading because we were having some difficulties. And even as a psychologist, I felt nervous. I felt, what if the test comes back bad? That means I did something. I'm a bad parent. You feel insecure. So I understand the fear. But then the test came back, no, she just needs to slow down and read more and take her time to sound the words out. It is not a diagnosable disorder, but if you don't pay attention to it. So it lets you see your strengths and your weaknesses. And it allows you to see that, well, maybe you want to be an English professor, but you're dyslexic. That may cause some difficulties in your dissertation and make you feel like you're not good at life, whereas you'll be a best engineer, and allow you to know where your strengths and weaknesses are. When I worked at Ashburn, Virginia, and we did testing out there, I remember every year, like clockwork, before kids went into high school, and when they went to preschool, the parents got all their kids tested. It was just a baseline requirement, and it allowed them to be successful. It doesn't tell you give a magic pill. It just gives you a insight into how your brain functions.
And the earlier your child is evaluated, the better, because early intervention is really, really important. I'm an advocate of finding a way to, even if it's a group test or any kind of test, evaluating kids really young to find those kids who might need extra help, even at an early stage. Later, they may just outgrow it, which a lot of kids do. Other kids having dyslexia, other, whatever. But early intervention is very, very important. Closing your eyes and saying, oh, maybe my child will outgrow it, I won't get him tested, it may not be the best way to approach it.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. Because with these assessments and diagnosing, there's a lot of uncomfortableness, if that's a word, with getting the answer. People are genuinely afraid to understand. How do we deal with that?
Especially in our community that's small, a lot of parents ask, do we have to put the diagnosis on there? And they're like, do we have to give them a diagnosis? I don't want my child labeled. I don't want them maligned. I would say, as Afia was saying earlier, the ministry and a lot of health professionals have really come a long way, and we've educated them, and we have a lot of people have a lot of great insight to see that that label is a tool to see deeper. Because if you stop at the label, you could have someone that's diagnosed as autism, and it says type 1 after it. What does that mean? It doesn't mean that you just put them in the corner and you just hope that they make it through the day. You look at the testing and the recommendations and see what areas of function. If a child has ADHD, it may be single inattentive type or combined type with hyperactivity and inattention. Well, we could tell you that that will manifest differently in a boy or a girl. And it may have different areas that their focus or their ability to start or the effort or continue to work at a long period of time. So the label, don't be afraid of the label. The label is just knowing what room to walk into, but that room is big and vast and you're able to explore. And it's just like a blood type. You have a blood type? Well, that's the type of blood that you should go. If you go to the hospital asking for the wrong type of blood, you're going to get in trouble. Well, you're going to die. So we don't, that was a joke, guys. Thank you. Wow, that's a tough crowd. Thank you. So it allows you to know a window into treatment and support. And so don't be afraid of the name. I mean, and if you have people around that seem to malign your child or judge them based on a diagnosis, as a parent, as a professional, as an empathetic person, that's your opportunity to educate them so they can see that that's a window for opportunity for help. Because I will tell you, there are more people walking around undiagnosed than there are who are diagnosed. I mean, I went through 20-something years of my life without realizing until I was doing my comps and dissertations, and my professor asked, did you ever ask to see, and he was very, very kind. We're still friends to this day. He's like, have you ever found that you don't pay attention very often? Because there was one time I was in class and I was trading stock. Literally, I was listening to the teacher. My computer was up with the passage. I had a split screen on the side, and I was trading stock while I was listening to something else and watching them. And they came back and they asked me, well, what was going on in the class? And I told them. I was able to tell them very eloquently, because I needed something else to keep my brain occupied, to concentrate on the modernity of what was happening. Came to find out that I'm a divergent thinker. I have attention deficit disorder. And it's okay. Like, it happens. Like, I'm fine. And you learn how to navigate it. Is it severe? No, it's not, right? But there are ways and things that you need to learn about yourself that allows you. And I love when Kathy, sorry for being long-winded. I love when I have a parent that has a diagnosis and it's neurodivergent, and they're sitting in my office and they're all bewildered, and they're like, well, I think, what is my kid gonna do? I was like, well, I turned out well. And they look at me, what do you mean? I was like, have the same thing, you just have to work at it. Like, and it's better to know than to not know, so you don't have difficulties. The knowing is better.
Also with ADHD, just to add something, one of the gifts of ADHD is that if you find your passion, you will do it better than everybody else because you'll obsess about it. And that's why you see a lot of very famous people with ADHD. They have found their passion and they've obsessed about it, become famous. A lot of people in Hollywood, a lot of people in the government. So there is a good side to ADHD. Really? Is this one better? Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's important to just highlight the value, the benefits of these neurodivergence, because oftentimes we overlook that part and just focus on the things that we can't do.
Can I add to that? I live in Silicon Valley, and we all know that's in California, and that's where all the computer people are, and we all know that they're on the spectrum, just about, in Silicon Valley. And they started this hiring practice, I read about it actually, where they started hiring people with autism to work in their offices. Just they were like, thought that they felt sorry for these people. They wanted to give them a job. And, we all know autistic people love the computer, so put them on a computer. Well, they did so well that they thought, I think I'm going to hire this guy. So, in fact, they were doing them, they actually ended up being a benefit for the company, and it was the exact opposite of what they expected.
It's amazing. And so, let's talk about those, the impact of the language, because, you hear, oh, well, that person must just be a little bit autistic, or they may just be, oh, you just can't focus, this one, can't keep his attention for more than 30 minutes, so we're gonna make this quick. But, it's, how do you...
That was another joke, guys. Oh, this is a tough crowd.
Not really. But yeah, it's one of those things where oftentimes I feel like the language hurts the conversation, because then even persons who are neurodivergent might start to think, well, wait a minute, if this is how people think about autistic people or someone with ADHD or Down syndrome, I don't want to share that. How can we then help the community be a bit more sensitive in language, if that's such a thing to do?
It starts off with just being kind. Like being kind as fellow human beings and humanity. That's the most important thing. No need to be too scientific with it. Just be kind. We have to understand that all of us have different ways that our brain functions. And your brain is uniquely yours. And if any of us, God forbid, were to leave here and get in a severe accident and survive and get a TBI, a traumatic brain injury, that the number of myriad of mental health problems that will develop because of that injury will range. And we have to also remember that ADHD and neurodiversity and autism run on a spectrum. That means when we hear it, it's not always the severe incapacitated type. That most people are not in that severe. That 5 to 1% is that severe. Everyone else is normally functioning, living their lives, but have to have ways that they learn to adapt, as all of us have to learn to adapt. So don't just think that it's just that 5%. Rarely it's that. And see it as a superpower. It is a definite superpower, and you have to empower people to know that your difference doesn't make you a danger or doesn't mean that you are less than. It just makes you human. And if you learn to capitalize on that and enrich that for your kids, you're able to place them in environments that are just successful and they're able to have a great and enriching life.
Yeah. Also, I'm an education part. He's the touchy-feely guy, and I'm the education part. Also, education's important. One time in Georgia, one of our people we saw a lot was a man with muscular dystrophy. The only part of his body that worked was his head and one finger. The rest of his body was like a pretzel and didn't move at all. His name was Dato. Well, Dato, we taught him, he learned English by himself, and he was watching TV all day long until he met us, and he realized we got him a computer so he could do something with that finger, and it opened his world. And then he became the biggest advocate in Georgia. He would just show up at schools and say, "Hi, ask me any question you want. You want to ask me if I wear diapers? Ask me. You want to touch me? Ask me." And it made such an impact on schools because sometimes we're afraid when we see somebody that has a neurodiversity that we're afraid to approach them. We're afraid to talk to them. We're afraid that we don't know the right things to say to them. Maybe we'll say the wrong thing. But that has to be broken down. And in my experience, I've talked to classes, for example, who has a child with, say, Down syndrome in the class, and so maybe the other kids are making fun of her. So what I've done is met with the class separately. I've talked to the class what Down syndrome is. I asked one person to be the class monitor for me, and it's usually the worst kid in the class is the one I always pick because they're the ones that's usually the biggest bully, but then they love the job to be the junior psychologist. And it just turns everything around. And so it's education, it's exposure, all of those things. You can do it on television, you can do it on person, you can get groups of neurodiverse people, someone with autism, someone who's in a wheelchair, to go around to schools and have people ask them questions and talk about what it feels like. I think that's a really good way to do it. That's my experience.
Thank you. Again, more great ideas being born, guys. All right, so I have two more questions for you before I open up to the audience. This was a question, actually, I'm going to reframe it. It came from a parent earlier. What is an appropriate age, if you can give us that, for them to be able to share with their child that they have, well, let's speak specifically, autism. Like, what is like a good age? I know it varies from person to person, levels of understanding, but when do you know when it's right to talk to your child about it?
As soon as they can have a conversation. Like, as soon as you can have an honest conversation with your child. Like, it is not a fair. See, that question is preceded by thinking that if you tell your child that you're telling them something is wrong with them. It shows in psychological studies that having honest conversations with your child in simple, straightforward, clear language is best. And so if you're struggling with that, you consult a psychologist, social worker of how to communicate that. But it's best to be honest, transparent, and very simple in terms of what it means. And there's an amazing video, for example, on autism that has gone all over the world. We're talking about how the differentiated brain is like 3 minutes. And it's one of the best ways to introduce that conversation with your child. And it just talks about the superpower of their brain and how their brain functions differently. So it basically says, well, in terms of autism brain, that you may see something and noises or hypersensitivity to sounds or touches, and that how your brain is magnified in different areas, and it shows visualizations, and that helps children to be able to educate themselves about how their brain works and educate their friends and cohorts in terms of 1 or 2 and that medium time spectrum where they're able to verbalize. So honest, early, transparent, and simple, direct conversation as soon as it can. I mean, that's just like this conversation where we ask, when do you tell a child that they're adopted? As soon as you're able to. Like, as soon as you are able to. And most of the times, children are ready to have conversations way before parents are ready to have the conversations. So you have to soothe yourself first, make sure you're ready to have the conversation, because your child is ready to have the conversation, because they're living this. And your conversation will give them some sense of security and freedom to just be themselves. So as soon as they're able to have that conversation, I would say.
Usually your child knows themselves that there's something different about them, and they worry about it. And my experience with people who have been diagnosed with on the spectrum, autism spectrum, usually they're so relieved. You know, they like going around telling everybody afterwards because they finally found the reason why they're different than somebody else. And oftentimes, if they're like in middle school or even older elementary, you can find support. You can find other groups like online now, you know, that they can connect to these different groups. So it's kind of gives themselves something to, it answers their question is why are they different, and that it's not their fault. This is just the way they're wired. And that's kind of a relief for most of the kids I've evaluated.
All right. So what then can parents do to help themselves cope in these moments, just getting through? Do you have any final parting advice for us as parents?
Take breaks. Honestly. Like, I often think, like, I'm a parent, we have 3 kids, and I won't say that anyone that has kids, no kid is normal. They're just not. They're just functioning in a different way. When you have a child with disabilities or pronounced challenges, it's even harder, because being a parent is the hardest job in the world. It is ever-changing, and your employees, which are your kids, they do not read the handbook for life. So I would just say, as simple as it is, take a break. Find people who are supportive and understanding. The great thing is, although we're in an island, there are groups online for free that you can join that don't care if you're in a BVI. You don't have to do this alone. And it's not your fault. Like, it's not something that you've done or you're being punished. Although the difficulty of it may feel like you're being punished, some of the very special and most special moments will come out with your conversations and relationships with these children. Some of the most authentic conversations are had, for example, with children with autism. If you want to find out how you are doing as a human being, talk to someone on the spectrum.
Yep, they'll tell you.
All the stuff that you often filter through, like, it's direct, it's straight to the point, but it's sincere. So I will just say again, as where I started, take a break, breathe, and sometimes you're not trying to fix your child or fix something as if they're broken. You're trying to create an environment where they could be the best version of themselves. And sometimes that just takes being mindful that I need to allow them to be who they need to be rather than who I want them to be. So stepping back and taking a break gives you that perspective. It's okay to go out with your friends. It's okay to have a trusted caretaker. It doesn't make you any less of a parent. It makes you a human being that needs a break, that is dealing with a very difficult situation, and sometimes having liquid therapy allows you to... liquid therapy? Alcohol.
What is liquid therapy?
Oh, liquid therapy.
What is liquid therapy?
I thought I am really too
Guys.
old for this stuff.
You're going to stay here for another hour. I'm keeping you here. We're going to go through what is a joke and what's not a joke. I'm going to go through to identify what is black and white thinking. Maybe this crowd,
Yeah.
the lack of, the inability to identify sarcasm is very troubling to me.
It's the audience you're with.
Yeah. But take a break. That's my
And I totally agree with Dr. Mike. And also, just to add, I like what Simone did. I mean, she was, parents who have a child with autism or Down syndrome or some other sort of disability, they don't know exactly, they feel out of control. They feel out of control, and that's why they overcompensate, they overprotect, and they sometimes they overprotect the child who has needs over their other kids because they're so focused on protecting them. But on the other hand, the best solution is find like-minded people and have conversations with them. And as Dr. Mike said, join a group. Use that energy in a positive way that you feel more in control. I'm sure Simone feels much more in control of what's going on in her life, having started Lemonade, rather than sit at home and wringing her hands and worrying about her daughter. That could have been one way, but instead she decided to start Lemonade. And other people can do other things similar to what Simone is, or join Simone, because also children's rights are really important, and you have to make, as a parent, you have to make sure their rights are being protected, and that you know their rights. I do think, as Dr. Mike said, you need to take breaks, need to take vacations, and just take care of your mental health and your other children.
Wow, thank you. Awesome. Well, thank you both for your time today. Are there any questions from the audience? I'll indulge a few more minutes. You got them here? The experts are here. Oh, there's one back there. All right, come on. Come on up.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to just say how pleased I am to be in this forum today, and also congratulate Simone for pulling this together. This is the first time I've been privileged to come to the symposium, but I have worked in the area of special ed for a few years, and have also had the experience within my own family on more than one occasion in having a family member either diagnosed or, I would say diagnosed. The challenge has been for me the acceptance of the other persons around, and I shared with Simone and a few others my inability to talk about it. Not just from my standpoint, but from protecting the persons involved, personal preference. Now, my question this afternoon has to do with a question from a friend of mine. There's an echo on this, so if I pull it away, I'm getting a feedback. I invited a friend of mine to come to the forum today, but that person had another engagement. But the reason I had invited her is because for a number of months now, she has been sharing on occasion her challenge and her concern about what she's experiencing within her congregation. And someone else mentioned something similar today. She works within the children's ministry, and I've worked within children's ministry for years. And this question is directly to Pastor Mike, because I know he's also within Christian ministry. Her challenge has been not knowing what to do when presented with the challenge of a child within the ministry who has special needs. The parent may not have shared that with the church or the staff, and she feels ill-equipped and unprepared on a Sunday when presented with the challenges. So my first question, my question to Pastor Mike, because I'm also facing the challenge as a person who has grown up within the faith, has held on to a very staunch Christian belief system, but realizing that within the Christian family, a lot of it, not all of it, because I've been to some congregations where there is a complete embrace and understanding of the young persons. But where there's a challenge within the Christian faith of being able to deal with persons with special needs, and we expect to pray it away, and wish it away, and they oftentimes labeled with some things that we would not want to really say out in public, but many times persons who experience challenges, autism, maybe not so much Down syndrome, but yes, Down syndrome, wherever it is, they are labeled within the faith. And I am saying that from a believer point of view myself. Pastor Mike, how do we address this here in the territory from a faith-based perspective? Because I think it's beginning to really hurt our relationships, and it is beginning to divide families and communities in understanding that these kids are not demon-possessed. We can't pray it out of them all the time. And as families, we have to learn about the situation, address the situation, and start praying about how we can accept it and then deal with it. So how would you, from your perspective as a pastor or being in ministry, how would you look at this as a territory?
That's a very, very important question. Like the person I am at the Wellness Center is the same person I am at church, the same person I am at home. You've brought up a very fundamental question and a challenge that is existent. If I merge the two worlds together, Jesus said, suffer the little children to come unto me. He says, come to the kingdom as a child would. And he always used that as understanding that children have this open understanding of love and acceptance. That there's no judgment or refusal. The ideology where when people don't know things, when they don't understand things, they label it in church as sin. What you don't know, you don't understand, you judge. And what you're describing is a lack of understanding. That there's some in terms of the Christian faith where they feel that disabilities are sins, and disabilities in children are because of sinful nature in the parents. That is some kind of referendum on that child. And seeing depression, autism, ADHD, or dyslexia as a curse that sometimes that you need to pray for. You don't pray for the disability to go away. You pray for the patient's understanding and the love and the knowledge to be able to love that child. And it simply comes from changing the environment. The conversation that you're having is making sure that church is a place, should be a place where people are loved and accepted for who they are, not trying to condemn them into X, Y, and Z. So for example, Simone, I asked her permission. Simone came to church. She wasn't lost. She actually she chose to come there. She came to church. Great.
Another
guys.
joke, guys. Come on.
They did a good job. Wow. All right. Try the steak after. She came to church, and she came with a niece. And, we're a Baptist church, Caribbean Baptist. We get down in church, right? It's
loud.
Yeah. Right? And immediately, one of our ushers immediately came and gave Simone and her niece napkins to put in her ear. And because she was overstimulated for the sound was too loud, they came, gave her tissue, and Simone came back and told me this story, and I almost started crying because, as she said, I'm a softie, but she said, that made me comfortable to come back to your church. Not what was said, not the singing, not the message, the love and acceptance. So Now, a niece comes in, and I spot her, and I look for her because I'm looking to see which pair of headphones that she's had on. And no one in the church says. And what we do in terms of our training is training your workers. You cannot just take every volunteer that says, I want to work for kids. You can't. You got to screen people. Just like you'll screen them at a job, I know you love Jesus, but how are you working with kids? Just as you won't let a pedophile work with kids, you don't want someone who's insensitive, unaware, not knowledgeable, that children have like my son, for example, quite like me, right? And I tell them, if he's in class, please give him as much things to do. If you need someone to run outside to get something and run back, that's his job. Keep him occupied, because if you want him to sit in your class and listen to your nursery rhyme and listen to your Bible story, you're going to say he's rude, and he's just bored because he's like his dad. He has attention issues. So that opening and understanding and that teaching is important. So if your friend who is teaching in class and yourself who's teaching, like what you're doing here allows us to change the conversation. That God loves everyone, and no one is perfect. And just as we say, no one is perfect, but God loves us all, and that acceptance needs to extend. If any place that people should feel loved, accepted, appreciated, praised, acknowledged, should be in church and should be in children's ministry, because that's the place that it should continue, and it should be a place that they look forward to. So that training, acceptance, and open conversations will be important in our churches. But you brought up a topic that is very important and far-reaching. So I will just say we need to start from there and set the example. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, I think that's a perfect way to end this today. I just want to say huge thanks again to our panelists. If you can give them a round of applause. And
Can I say one more thing?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Cathy has one more thing to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that you and BVI, you're very lucky to have Dr. Mike here. He's a very good professional. I've done a lot of training here. You may have been in some of my trainings over the last 10 years. And I've done a lot of testing. I may have tested your kids. But you know, mainly we do the same thing. We just do it differently. But you guys are very lucky to have Dr. Mike and the Wellness Center. So, Bill, I hope you guys, you know, come and see him if you need to.
Thank you. Before you go, though, we did something a little fun and different this time. We like to give away prizes at the end of our day. So you all would have gotten little orange tickets like this when you came in. I'm going to ask our impartial people here, don't look, just put your hand in and take one. Just one, just take one. Oh, take Cathy choose, she's going to fly. Oh, God. See me here. What's the number?
952-070.
You got to be here to win. So.
952-070.
No? All
Should
right.
I pick it? Okay.
We were letting Cathy choose because she, if I pick someone and you don't win, she's not going to be here in a couple of days. So, and you're not going to run me over in traffic.
Okay.
Got another one. These
Okay,
jokes-
another number. 952-091.
Woo! We got a winner over there.
winner,
All right.
Yay!
All right. No. But don't worry. We're going. We're going.
Yeah, she raised her hand. Oh, we have another prize?
Yeah, we got more. Oh. We got more. Yeah, keep going.
All right, I've always wanted to do this. And the lucky winner is 952 115.
Woo! Another one right there.
Come on down, sir. You have one. Let's verify that, sir. There's a lot of. Sorry, I'll. We've verified the winner. Yeah, he's
What is? It's a gift certificate. They passed at Long Bay Beach Resort.
Oh, each of them, both of them?
Yeah, each of them got the same thing.
All right. So, you don't need this. He said he's going to give it away. But it's a day pass to Long Bay Beach Resort. You will take it? All right.
Same thing for her.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. A gift certificate and let's see. Simone's extra bedroom for the weekend.
What?
No, I'm only kidding. Okay. Voucher for a complimentary day pass at Long Bay Beach Resort.
All right.
There you go.
All right. So now we got.
Look at everybody with a sigh of regret. You like they're clapping, but you're like this. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna pull two more. Let's pull two more. Let's see if we got any left. Just real quick. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
We got some.
Yeah.
You gotta put it back in, Mike.
Can't put it back.
This
Take
one
one.
is supposed
Just
to be.
take one each.
He can't do it. Okay. Okay, mine is 952100. Aha! We got a winner.
Save the seed of bowling gift voucher.
Okay.
Come on up.
Come on up.
This is. You have. Do you bowl? You bowl. Oh, this is a Save the Seed, which is where we are, has given you our sponsorship donation for bowling for an hour or so. I hope you, yeah. All right, and the last number.
And the last number
is 952096.
096.
Oh, we got a winner. We got a winner.
096.
I was hoping a parent won this one because it's extra special.
Oh, a parent won this. Oh, nice.
Yeah, that is really nice.
A gift voucher for one of your children to attend the Sunny Smile Summer Camp for free this summer.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Thank you. I have a question for you.
That's amazing.
I have a question.
Okay, I like this. Do we have more to hand out?
You guys want to go or you want gifts? Okay.
You have more gifts?
One more.
Okay. Give me that.
Okay.
Do not put it back in.
All right.
There we go. This one too. How many gifts do you have? Okay. 952080. Aha!
Woo! So these are all therapy services now. Okay. All right, I think the rest that we've got are from some of our therapy partners. This one is for free therapy service at Therapy to Thrive. Yeah. Thank you. You can, give it to a child or use it, whichever. Yeah.
Can I say something again? Sorry. I just wanted to, I came in late, so maybe Simone mentioned this, but on Wednesdays she has did you mention this already?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Wednesday afternoon, she has a group. Just anybody can join the group and ask questions about your child or get some information. And usually I'm also in the group. I've had parents send me their child's psychological report from another country, or they say, what does this say? You know, and so I give them a easy translation, or sometimes I just talk about ADHD or whatever. But anyway, it's a great service. So if you feel like you want to ask a question, but you don't really want to ask in this big audience, just go to, what's it called, the Lemonade, the talk?
It's our Wednesday lunchtime chat. It's via Zoom, so you can go onto our Facebook page and
yeah, it's Thursdays.
Thursdays.
Is it Wednesday?
Is it Wednesday or Thursday? Did you switch to Thursdays?
It's Thursdays. Yeah, it is
We
Thursday.
did switch it to Thursday. Yeah.
Thursdays.
Yeah, Thursday. I think the first one was on Wednesday.
Yeah.
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 Okay. All right. Well, we've come to the end, sadly. Sad to see you guys go. But before you go, could I ask, you have a question? All right. I'm trying to keep us at time. But here's the thing. We do have an hour after this. Well, now about 45 minutes after this, where you'll have access to these people. You have a question for me. You have access to me too, where we can just kind of talk for a bit before we exit. But I just need to get some of the technical stuff out of the way. So on your tables, you'll see some QR codes. If you can just scan those, please, and do the post-symposium survey so we see if your knowledge levels have shifted with your interaction with us. Let's see if you now have different answers. We would love to know. And I would, of course, like to do the vote of thanks. So here we go. Huge thanks to our speakers and panelists, Dr. Cathy McLain, Dr. Mike, Kate Mallin, Crystal Estridge, Victoria Gios, Afia Smith, Kitani Lewis, Ashley Harrell. Therapy Works, we had Sandy and Chelsea with us. Thanks for being good sports about that. We had our youth panel. We had Terrell Harrigan and his mom, Venice. We had Jaquan Wintz and his mom, Denise. We had Trevon Turnbull and his mom, Zoe. We had Critley Bruley and his dear friend, Kishma. We had Chloe Turnbull and her mom, Zoe, and you had Anise Foster and myself. We also would like to thank our sponsors. You would have seen around Ernst & Young and Rotary Sunrise. They were our lead sponsors in making this all possible and free to you today. We also had donations from La Dolce Vita, Caribbean Insurers, and Generous Lemonade Champions. We also, I'd like to thank the hospitality and AV team, Mr. Shane Cox over there, making it live to the internet and making sure that we can hear each other here today. We would like to also thank Save the Seed, Chef Oliver. I'd like to thank Laura for making this all look so nice today. Cedar School for donating tables and their staff to us today. And our team, the Dream Team, as usual. I would like to ask them to come forward, if you don't mind, because I know they work really hard and they just try to hide in the back. But we've got Marvelyn Baker Smith, Tamika George, Ivy Daniel, Miss Pinky, Bethany Tucker, who's not with us today, she had to travel. Kitani Lewis, Jaffia Robinson, she also had to travel, not with us today. Crystal Estridge, Victoria Gios, Felice Swap, Dion Borland, and of course our wonderful volunteers, everyone with a yellow ribbon on, our high school students and our community volunteers. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of our event. I want to thank you all, of course, our audience, for being here today and for participating. We hope to see you again at the next one. Do take care of yourselves and be well. Oh, and I did mention we still have some time. You can go, if you didn't get a chance to see the resource table, you can do that. We also have Doctors Cathy and Mike, and we have other specialists in the room. You can just mingle, talk with each other for another 45 minutes or so. Thank you.